p.m. I'm going to go ahead and call the Southern Pines Town Council work session for January 28th to order. If you'll please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. And now we'll start the evening with comments from our town manager, Mr. Parsons.
Thank you, Mayor Clement. We've got a full agenda this afternoon. I'll just quickly note the first four items will be presentations and requests from the Planning Department. We'll have a quick discussion about a water extension exemption request that Town Engineer Mickle has received. And then we'll talk about a couple of updates, including what we're asking for in the way of a project budget amendment relative to the Knoll Road Greenway. And I'll talk about what that amendment consists of and why it is before you this evening, or this afternoon as it may be. We'll have a discussion around planning board appointments, and of course there's at least one seat readily available there, in addition to an ETJ seat, but I'm not aware of any applications we've received as yet from the ETJ. I did forward all of you a list yesterday of property owners in our ETJ, if a scan of that is helpful whatsoever in thinking about potential candidates, not only for the planning board, but Board of Adjustment, Parents Commission, and other bodies that we are occasionally seeking individuals to serve in those capacities. We'll then move into just the updates and discussion portion of the meeting, which includes commentary and some updates from our communications department as a result of some discussion in this room over the last few months. Mac McCarley, the attorney, and I will talk a little bit about Moore County water discussions. You'll recall I sent all of you an LKC report back in December if you had not already received that upon its issuance in the past. And we'll talk a little bit about a term sheet that Mac has been working with the county attorney toward for your consideration and for the Moore County Commissioners Board consideration. And then finally, BJ Grieve, our planning director, will provide an update from the planning department on any number of items, including current status of Senate Bill 382 and its impact on our Phase 2 implementation efforts with the comprehensive plan. So, and then finally, to open council roundtable, I've simply agended discussion around a request that was provided to you by Attorney Marsh Smith at the last meeting a couple weeks ago, and whether the council would wish for staff to draft a resolution similar to the one in your packet that the Moore County Commissioners adopted. And then beyond that item, it's whatever the five of you brought to the table today. So with that, I will turn it back over to you, Mayor.
Thank you, Manager Parsons. All right, moving on to action items. We're going to start with the written decision for New York Place, PD-07-24. Does the council have any questions for staff? Are you all ready to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the written decision for PD-07-24 as prepared by the town staff.
All right, is there a second?
I second.
All those in favor vote by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, another written decision. This one for Ace Hardware Phase 2, the amended PDP, which is PD-08-24. Does council have any questions on that written decision?
Actually, I do. And then not specifically to PD 0824, but all of the written decisions. Does the applicant review the written decision before we approve it?
The applicant does not review the written decision. The written decision is based on just the record of and it comes from a statute that says that the basis of the decision shall be reduced to writing and findings of fact and conclusions of law. We develop it based on what's in the record and then have you look at it for signature.
What if there's ever a discrepancy?
If there's I have not experienced where there was a discrepancy because, again, we go back, we listen to the YouTube video to make sure we get it right, and then it comes to the council for approval.
Do you have some reason to believe there's a discrepancy in this regard?
No, not in any of these. I have the reason to believe that there could be, at some point in time.
If I may, and I'll direct this at BJ and certainly Attorney McCarley over my shoulder, that would appear to be the sort of instance where if a perceived discrepancy came forward, if it were what sometimes gets referred to as Scrivener error or just some sort of typo or something, I think staff could easily handle that. Otherwise, it could very well become potential for a Board of Zoning Adjustment type of appeal, potentially, or is that one that would just come directly back to council as the original entity who adopted both the motions and the written decision? Okay.
Council. So an example case would be like a condition where we wrote in a condition that was materially different than what the applicant thinks the condition was.
Yeah.
A shall or a may type situation.
Could be.
And I didn't know if that loop was even necessary. I know you say it's not normally done.
No, I can,
We are pretty, between staff and we're generally pretty good about getting petitioner applicant approval of conditions actively on the floor, and that's going to show up in the YouTube video and such. So I know there's efforts being made to try to avoid exactly that situation, but is it conceivable? Certainly.
And the conditions are kind of a copy paste of what we read into the record.
Yes.
At the meeting.
Yeah, so that's a great point. So one of the things that your support of staff's work has empowered us to do is to deliver to you far more frequently now, deliver to you in writing, in the staff report, our recommended conditions that are the basis for our recommendation of, we'll say in the case of these three files, approval. It used to be a lot got negotiated in real time at the meeting, and so it would actually be harder sometimes to make sure that everything gets out in the end. But more often than not right now, we are delivering to you a staff report that 4 working days prior to the meeting is pretty well set. The applicants come in knowing what they're getting. A public hearing is held, you may tweak a few words or a few numbers in the conditions, and then that's easy for us to pay attention to. It goes into the written decision, and then, yes, after we prepare it, we still make mistakes, of course, so I guess in that moment, we would then lean on members of council to have looked through the packet and maybe say, wait, I didn't say that. And in that case, if we find a mistake, that's on us, and I'm not going to say that hasn't happened or couldn't happen for sure. We just try really hard to make sure it doesn't.
So after the written decision's approved by council, does the applicant ever get a copy of the written decision?
Absolutely. In fact, it's North Carolina general statute that, I'll hit this very briefly. A whole bunch of stuff happens after this moment.
Right.
We take them back, and the first thing we do is we stamp them so that it's very clear the date of the signed version gets back to our office. So the clerk will get a signature from the mayor. The clerk will deliver those to us in the next few working days. We will stamp them. That stamp becomes the effective date of the written decision. And then we, under law, have to deliver a copy to the applicant, the landowner, and any other party who has expressed an interest in writing in the file. So we then put an affidavit into the file that says we did on this date by electronic mail deliver to both the applicant and the landowner. And as of this date, I know of no other parties who have requested a copy of the written decision. We put that affidavit in the file, and only then, after we've got those boxes checked, do we file the application away.
Okay.
I was just going to make a motion if you want to.
Yeah, I'm ready for a motion.
I move to approve the written decision for PD-08-24 for the Ace Hardware Phase 2 amended PDP.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. Another written decision for Morganton Park South, the North Lot Preliminary Plat, MAPP-04-24. Does the council have questions for staff? Or if you're satisfied, I'm ready for a motion.
I move to accept the written decision for MAPP-04-24 as prepared by town staff.
Okay, is there a second? Second. All those in favor vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, amendments to Code of Ordinances 70.07 regarding use of non-motorized wheeled vehicles on roadways. Would staff like to go over this, or would you like comments from council? Okay, come on, that's perfect.
All right. Afternoon, Council. Mason Maddox, Planner, Planning Department. I last came before you about 2 months ago with the initiative, in short, to be able to legalize skateboarding to our skate park, the newly named Elaine T. Bailey Memorial Skate Park. We believe we addressed some issues concerning safety in the most recent revision to this ordinance. You will notice some of the text on the screen. Thank you to our director for that. It's also in your report. I didn't know how much time we've had to review these changes, and Attorney McCarley has been very helpful in our determination of what to put into this. We believe that we address safety by listing that streets shall be 35 miles an hour or less for those areas in which people are allowed to skate. And mind you, skating refers to like activity, but within a parameter of restrictions, such as being transportation oriented. So that ruled out, in our belief, toy car vehicles and those concerns. We added a provision for helmets for those age 1 through 15. So if you are 16 and older, you are not required to have a helmet. This is in compliance with North Carolina state law.
Does it need to be restated if it's in compliance with state law?
The North Carolina law is in reference to bicycles.
Yes.
And so we put it in here because other jurisdictions have added it for non-motorized skating, skateboards, roller skates, things like that on town streets.
And since this applies to everything except for bicycles.
Correct.
Everything non-motorized that is a non-motorized wheeled vehicle, including roller skates, skateboards, coasters, and the like. We were trying to get away from the confusion over toy vehicles, things that might have an electric motor in it.
Yep.
Yes, those things are now not dealt with by this, but we tried to keep the scope to solving the problem which originated this, which was merely you can't presently skate to the skate park because skateboarding is banned. So
Well, I appreciate that because I actually had Barbie car and I have since deleted it from my notes.
So Mason, the amendment, the text amendment is just that box with the January 28, 2025 highlight and the figure 1 map. That's the only part that goes into the ordinance, right?
That is correct. And the final provision that was added, which would be common sense, but we put it in the ordinance anyways, is that all riders will yield to pedestrians.
Do bicycles also yield to pedestrians?
Check state law to see what's.
Okay.
bicycles are vehicles, and so absolutely do yield to pedestrians in crosswalks and whatnot.
Pedestrians in crosswalks, sometimes that gets confused with standing at the edge of the street, not having entered the crosswalk versus being physically in it. But
So do you think, I'm sorry, were you done?
No, I was just going to say, I feel like if they are on the road, they should follow state law for the roads.
And it's simply stated that way.
Or words. That's what I think, yeah.
So tell me about whether or not you think this covers the platform, the train platform as a sidewalk.
The train platform is not considered town property, if I'm speaking correctly. It is its own designation and is not considered a sidewalk.
It's also in the historic district.
It is in a historic district, but if it's not a sidewalk in the historic district, it's not covered.
it's also not technically allowed to be skated on.
Right.
Currently.
Right, right. I was trying to add some oomph to that, disallowing of that. And the other concern for safety purposes is the stage then that's there next to the Sunrise, the outdoor stage next to the Sunrise, which also becomes a,
My understanding is we can't, the skateboards can't be
but we
ridden
can't,
anywhere
I understand,
in the
right.
historic district.
Streets in the historic district.
Thank
is
you,
what this
yeah.
would
So
permit.
are there,
If for some reason this Sunrise were to suddenly want to allow skateboarding on their stage, that this does not address that.
right.
Well,
Are they,
It's private property, and this doesn't address that anyhow.
Right.
okay, so the Sunrise then would be able to pursue a charge of trespassing if somebody was using the stage for skateboarding,
I think that it's private property. They would have to handle that, yes.
right? As would you're telling me that as would someone in charge of the train?
Actually, the train area is actually under town purvey. It is not considered sidewalk. And again, it's in the historic district, so this doesn't affect it one way or the other. But the land underlying the train station and the depot remains CSX land. The
Right.
structures
Understood.
are the town's responsibility.
I hate to throw a cog in the wheel, and maybe I won't, but does it not make sense to make that also a forbidden place for skateboarding then? if we have purview over that, the train platform. I mean, a lot of the complaints have come as a result of people swooshing in front of the Welcome Center, and there's a ramp there, and it's,
That is a sidewalk.
yeah, I don't know whether the ramp is a sidewalk or not.
But we also don't allow it right now, right?
Technically, no.
Okay.
But I'm wondering if we can put
Yes.
if we can put some teeth into that. If we have,
If it was on, this does have teeth in it because it's in the historic district, and if it's a sidewalk in the historic district, it's strictly not allowed under this,
right, but I'm being told that the train platform is not a sidewalk in the historic district.
the train platform. Okay, got it.
So that's my concern. The train platform is my concern. And I guess my question is jurisdictionally, do we even have authority to
Well,
make a rule about the platform if CFX owns the land underneath it? So,
I will offer this. While it might not be a sidewalk, it does state in the ordinance on the screen, any public right-of-way or any property open to the public or used by the public for pedestrian or vehicular purposes. So while it is not technically a sidewalk, I would suggest the platform falls under that definition.
Like a parking lot.
okay. So you think there are teeth in here if
I will
skateboarders,
always defer to my legal counsel when it comes to questions of civil and criminal action on something like that, but as I read it, I would be comfortable writing the ticket if I were in fact a law enforcement officer.
I'm sorry, okay. You're comfortable in this covered, okay.
I would also offer as an additional consideration for your concern that with the presence of the skate park, I have personally observed far less skating around town
Right.
and far more use of the skate park. And I think that that will also help relieve the pressure on why people were there grinding on the stairs.
Right, and I'm sympathetic to the cause, and I think that the three places that we've had an informal skate park in the past have been the stage, the railroad platform, and the back of the Montessori school. And I think all of those create a real safety problem.
And I would add the entrance to the downtown park right out front
There
of
you
my
go,
office.
that's true, that's true. Not a very good hill there, though, let's be honest. Okay, so you think that's all covered, and I so appreciate that we have a skate park and a safe place for people to gather, and I keep meaning to whip out my skateboard and challenge anyone to try to ride it at this point, which I do have, so I'll be at the skate park soon.
I have a enforcement issue with 3B. I think it's a kind thing to mention, but I can't imagine trying to stop someone. And I also think that we need to include under a certain age should be allowed on sidewalks downtown. I think forcing 8-year-olds and their parents onto the street is probably inadvisable. There's very few people who live downtown, but I did use the sidewalks. I actually still do because I still have a 6 and 8-year-old. I mean, my understanding is that that is the rule now, correct? But it's not in the rule.
So your suggestion,
Something, well. I
so
mean,
your suggestion is what age, and is your person accompanied by a parent or a guardian?
I would say children under the age of 10 and accompanied by a parent. Yes.
There's some really speedy 10-year-olds.
Yes, there are. I have one
That
who
could-
on his
Yeah, that could knock 'em out.
godforsaken skateboard, which seems like such a scary thing in this rule. He rides when he was riding was on the sidewalk downtown, but I would not let him on the street downtown. And I would rather a police officer pull us over and try to enforce this than put him in the road. And I would say that for any children.
But again, he's a whiz on the skateboard and could knock over.
Do you know how many skateboards I ran into walking down here? 0. Do you know how many people my son hit when
How
he was on
severe
one?
that hill is? Seriously?
yes.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
Table
I
that argument,
have,
yeah.
my children have never hit someone on their bike or their skateboard or their rollerblades downtown. I have not seen anyone actually injured by someone on wheels of any sort on a sidewalk. The amount of time and words we have put into this argument just to allow skating on the road, to me, feels abundant. But I do think that if we're going to force children who are learning to ride onto the road,
Yeah, I think they
Or
need
being-
to,
what about strollers? They're non-motorized. Are they allowed on the sidewalk?
They would be non-motorized vehicles for the use of transportation, so they would be allowed as this ordinance reads, on sidewalks outside of the historic district.
So downtown, no more strollers. Thank you.
Right, we gotta fix that.
Thank goodness, because that is dangerous.
Right.
I've nearly been hit by at least one of those. Yeah, can you just
have to fix that.
rework the language a little bit? If you all have other thoughts, but I'm not satisfied with it as it is.
If I may, the challenge we're having is that there are unlimited
Absolutely.
types of wheeled vehicles.
Yep.
Motorized and unmotorized. So the reason when we started talking motorized, what about skateboards with an electric motor on them?
Yeah, no, I
There's a
agree.
guy in my neighborhood who's got one. We have a blast on it in the street. There are so many permutations of this that when we sit down and attempt to
So let's get
account
back
for
to
them
the
all.
purpose. The purpose of this is to allow skateboards on the roads except for downtown, correct?
Including downtown.
Sorry, but not sidewalks downtown. Then let's just let it say that.
It's true. I feel like that we get 80% of it, and we're not going to get it all. And let's just get, 80, let's get 100% of what we know, and we'll deal with the rest of it as it comes.
Staff feels that is the current proposal, because I don't think we can account for baby strollers and any other thing that has a wheel. We could sit and continue to try to think of everything that is non-motorized and has wheels, and we could continue to add it, and we will, if that's council's request. I mean it. We'll spend as much time as we need. We're trying this actually, because what happened was in the previous version, you see the December 17th version. What we encountered was that, again, the meaning of coaster. What about wheelie shoes? The tennis shoes that have a wheel on the back?
Yeah.
Are those also to be considered? And we have to now start regulating those wheeled shoes, because technically they would fall into this, but I don't think we're going to do that.
No, I think if the interest is in regulating skateboards, regulate skateboards.
We got a little mission creep, I think.
We're trying to avoid, we actually spent a lot of time trying to avoid mission creep with the version we have, and we looked around at other jurisdictions and how they address this. And this one now brings it back to just non-motorized vehicles other than bicycles, and including but not limited to roller skates, skateboards, coasters, and scooters. Now, I just think that I just can't imagine a situation, no matter what rule we put in place, where a police officer would pull over and say, well, I got to give you a ticket with your buggy, a baby buggy. I just can't imagine that. And that's the case. That's how I administer zoning every day.
Yeah.
There are things like, well, technically that would apply to a bird bath. Okay, well, I'm not writing you a citation for a bird. Okay, it's just, so I think that's the, yeah.
Let me just clear this up. The way this is written does not allow a stroller on the sidewalks in downtown.
Yeah, if you consider a stroller to be a non-motorized wheeled vehicle.
So that is not an interpretation. That's actually what it says. Some of these other situations that you're highlighting would be like, well, if I interpret it this way, then that's what I don't think stroller would be covered. You don't.
Because it's not powered by the person.
Right. Agree.
Okay.
Agree.
So the tricycle that they are using their pedal feet on. All right, so that one needs to go on the road. I mean, I agree, I don't want to spend a whole lot more time. I just feel like you've written something that I see someone walking down the street and someone doesn't pick up their skateboard and they pull this up and they're like, I want you to arrest the person. It feels like we're not going to enforce half of it, and so I'm just not sure that all of it needs to be written out.
I may be reading something wrong. I was trying to look at that, the 3B. Mayor, I think that's the one that you were
Yeah.
talking. So maybe I'm misunderstanding that, but it seems as though it's saying that a child on a tricycle or whatever can be on the sidewalk. Am I missing something?
You would have to,
You'd have to
you'd
put
have
an
to include it,
age
yeah.
limit. in it.
Okay.
There's 8 and under.
Because of A, talks about the historic district. I think that's what she's right.
I don't think a child on a tricycle would be a skating device.
Including but not limited to roller skates, skateboards, coasters, and scooters, collectively referred to hereafter as skating device. Anything non-motorized vehicles other than bicycles.
If you add it to be children under the age of 8 when accompanied by a parent or guardian, are not impacted by this or not subject to this ruling. Does that?
It would seem.
I think you got to be careful because they do still need to yield to pedestrians.
They do.
The tricycle may very well be included in the separate bicycle section, and that's something we can check. Because I know there's some specific language relative to bicycles and age and ability to be on a sidewalk. I just don't know it off the top of my head, but a tricycle would seem to be more like a bicycle than a skating device.
Yeah, I feel like I mentioned the age thing the last time we had a meeting, and it's not in here.
So 10 and under, 8 and under?
Under, I think. I think. You are the parent of a 10-year-old.
Me too.
Okay.
Rolled.
Enforcement standpoint, you're a kid. It's
Your ID, your school ID?
yeah.
Chose to reflect the state standard for bicycles, which is 16 and under for helmets, and went with that age for that purpose.
Yep.
That we have helmets for 16 and under. Thank you for that. That's great. And I love that you guys are grappling with this. Thank you for that. And I love that the sidewalks in the local historic district are protected from,
Everything.
well, they're a safe place for everyone to walk. I think that's good. And I think that helps the merchants, and I think that helps I think you guys have done a lot of great work. And I understand your point, to your point about the rider yields to all pedestrians. One would think that a parent supervising a child under the age of 8 would also supervise that.
Yes, which is why I think it's silly to write it in as a rule, but, I mean,
But I also understand if you're trying to teach, if you're down there with training wheels trying to teach a kid who's 5 to ride his or her bike, number one, that's probably a silly place to teach them to do that. But number two, it's
unless
probably
you don't have,
a sillier place to be in the
neighborhood
middle of the road.
yeah.
So,
Okay. Well, I will
Well, okay,
I will
what?
yield to your all's guidance on how you all want to proceed. As of now, I'm probably the only one downtown with a child on Broad Street in the historic district.
right. Well, you got a close second over here. What do you think?
No, I think that a provision allowing children, and I'm comfortable with Mac and Reagan's opinion on that this doesn't include a stroller. And, but we probably should exclude children under the age of something.
All right, so this
I think 10's
provision,
fine, but-
this provision does not, well, and you can say 10 as long as you make a condition of that they're accompanied by a parent, a guardian, or a
I don't think that
responsible
changes.
adult.
Yeah, that doesn't change.
So you can do 10 as long as, and so it's not a 10-year-old who's
Right.
So what happens,
on the sidewalk.
Cool.
It just seems, so can y'all look at that? I mean, this is not trying to fix something that's imminently a problem. So if we don't vote today, it's going to be okay. Do y'all want to just look at it, Mac?
Sounds
and
like
just
less of a
Come back to
problem
us.
too, now that we have the skateboard.
We'll just say, let's look at it a little more and we can vote later.
So just to be clear, so for staff's point of view, so when we go back to the text on this, it sounds like the consensus of council is to exempt children, was it under 10 or 10 and under with a parent?
10 and under with a parent.
10 and under.
I'm going 8, but that's fine. It doesn't, I mean, as
So
long
when-
as they're accompanied by a supervising adult.
yep, so if,
I don't think it needs to be a parent either. I think that's discriminatory.
no, I think that's fair, yeah, with a adult.
With an adult,
That's
A
fine.
supervising adult.
with a supervising adult.
Could it be a big brother or sister? Who might be 16?
Right.
Actually, town manager said something that's very valid. You know, sometimes you may have an older brother or sister. Yeah. You
Right.
know, mama's working, dad's working.
If my kids right down the street together, my 6, 8, and 11-year-old,
You're 11.
my 11-year-old's on the street, and the 6 and 8-year-old, because I'm not with them, are also on the street, just to be clear. That is this rule. Okay. And if I am riding a bicycle, scooter, rollerblades, where am I in this scenario?
May I ask, truly from staff's
no,
point of view, like,
truly.
what would your preferred be? Would it be that
I would do what I
kids.
currently do now, and if I'm on my bike with my 6-year-old, he and I are both on the sidewalk.
So you're fine. So
I'm
that's-
actually, no, I don't think I'm
Not
okay.
being the historic
I'm
district.
not okay, but
No, because typically adults and kids on bicycles on the sidewalk, that's very normal to not allow bicycles and skateboards, and it's very normal to not allow those on sidewalks, particularly when you have a lot of pedestrians and people coming in and out of storefronts.
Yeah.
And I understand your concern, and we're happy to address it. It's our town. We can make it however you guys want.
well, we tend to not ride in front of the storefronts. We ride away from our home in front of the park, but that's also historic. It's fine. If I get arrested, I will come back and plead to the council. I'll bring my 6-year-old with me. He's very convincing.
You know, based on what you just said, would some form of an exemption for the block surrounding the park be of benefit? Because I don't think you're arguing to be able to ride your bicycle the other direction down Broad Street in front of the
No,
doors
no.
and things.
I mean,
But
there's-
I understand your point with the park, particularly with it being a pathway to the school and all of that. That may be a simple carve out of the historic district itself. And
That, I think that addresses the issue.
But really, all of the park, I mean, all of this, carve out all of this from the park, or just the bicycles?
Just,
The
I
entire
think you could
block.
almost carve out.
about vehicles other than bicycles with this, so we would have to look at the bicycle section. But I,
there's a skateboard problem at the park.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't do that. I just do, bikes as it relates to the park, yeah. I vote for that exemption. Because I do think, coming out of a storefront
yeah,
with Taylor and her 6-year-old,
Well, so we yield pedestrians, so that's why we can't
Right.
skate that direction because
right.
we would walk our
But
bikes
if
the
you
whole
did,
way.
if you had the freedom to travel together in the land in front of the park, which the only boundary of the historic district that's going to matter
Yeah.
is that one block,
Yeah, that makes
because
sense.
the rest of it's not in historic district. So just exempt that one block.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
As,
Are you so confused?
No, we're tracking. We just want to make sure that it's the moment when we get back to our desks the next morning, you always sit there and say, now, what was it exactly? And that's why I want to try to be as specific as I can. I appreciate your patience. So the block that has the park, is it the park side of the block, or is it the other side of the streets around that block as well? Okay, so the whole block, so I can be on the sidewalk that's on the park side of the block, but not on the sidewalk on the other side?
Park side of the block.
Side only.
Park
And
side.
so it's the historic district minus the park block.
so
Right.
Pennsylvania, Ash, New York.
Yeah.
Broad.
And are we still doing the children 10 and under with a parent, or have we got? So this whole thing does not apply to children 10 and under who are with a
With a parent.
guardian, legal guardian.
We've talked ourselves in so many circles. I'm not sure I'm going to go on the sidewalks ever. I'm fearful.
I'm not sure, the answer to your last question, I'm not sure that we have consensus on that. That was a
Okay.
valid question. So what is everybody's consensus in regard to, does that rule regarding that one block, it literally is one block, does the rule carry with it the requirement that a guardian be with a child 10 and under in that block?
I guess determining what we are considering a guardian.
I was like,
If
yeah,
you've got
you
a
gotta
teenage child or a child of,
Yes, a
of some
babysitter or,
maturity.
yeah.
I think that should be allowed, just,
What if it just says,
working parents that can't be there
Right,
necessarily.
name your terms for a guardian then. I understand your concern.
I want to say 13, but I'm just throwing out a number, I don't know.
what if you just took out the guardian part? Children of 10 are allowed on the sidewalk.
Under 10 or 10 and under?
10 and under. Yeah, sorry, we're getting semantics that I don't know that.
Okay, so yeah, if we take out the guardian part for that one block, you're good. Okay, everybody good?
I'm good.
We're there. Are you good?
We will craft something different and bring it back. Thank you.
Okay. We will see that one again, I assume, at next work session. Does that sound right?
Would you like to see it at the regular meeting?
Let's see it at the regular meeting with that added so you can take that off your list of to-dos. Why don't we just do that in 2 weeks?
Thank
Sounds
you.
like we were ultimately relatively
Agreed.
clear. Thank you.
Okay. Item E, relief from section 50.035 of the Town Code of Ordinance, water extension exemption request. That was a mouthful.
It's just in the agenda. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully, this is a very straightforward item. I will look around the room and say, if you read the report and it had everything you needed to know and you're ready to make a decision with no further discussion, I'm happy to leave it at that. If you would like some more detail, I am happy to talk through it.
Since you're here, if you could just confirm with everybody that's listening and watching, that in your opinion, you feel like this is an acceptable use of the.
Yeah,
the order.
I do recommend that exemption be waived in this case, or the exemption be approved in this case. This lot's been purchased many years ago. It was to be some portion of a subdivision that never came to because it's basically all wetlands. So there's no real ability to develop it into a subdivision at some point in the future. And even if it were, that is when appropriate water main extension would go in. So for a single house, I think what they've asked for is perfectly fine.
Yeah. This comes up occasionally. We've done this before.
Yeah.
Not often, but enough that, I appreciate your explanation of that.
Does anyone else have questions for Mr. Mickle? James, thank you for being here.
Well, I do need an action.
Yes, we will do that.
For motion.
If there is a motion.
I'll make a motion that the town council grant the waiver from section 50-035 of the Town Code of Ordinance for the property regarding the water extension exemption request.
Thank you. All those in favor vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, James.
Thank you, James.
Stick around. All right, perfect. Project updates. Staff, I assume that means town engineer, will discuss current status of ongoing projects.
Actually going to have Ms. Roth lead off with a little update on the Carriage House project, and then I'll have Engineer Mickle talk about the Illinois crossing on the railroad tracks, and then we'll talk about the Knoll Road Trail.
Okay, perfect. Carriage House first.
Good afternoon.
All right, thanks.
So just to give you an update of where we are on the Carriage House, we currently have a contractor that's out there now who is working exclusively on the building. And their role is to renovate and update everything that's part of the building, exterior and interior. And the goal is to turn this into a special events facility, a building that the library, the rec programs can use. We can use it for private rentals. It'll seat up to 50 people. This work is going on well. They are nearing substantial completion. We were expected to have our punch list inspection next week, but we actually just learned this morning that the countertops are delayed. Apparently, the factory where they were coming from is in western North Carolina and was flooded, and it has kind of created a backup. So we're looking at maybe 3 more weeks on that. So we're at the point where it's very minor things at this point, and it's proceeded very well. So that's kind of the building renovation part of it. We also have the site work that goes along with this. And a lot of this is driven by our internal codes, fire codes, things like that. And what you're going to find when the site work is completed, probably the biggest improvement to Whitehall that you're going to see is that there will be a new driveway that comes from Betty Rounds Park. And so that is how you will now enter the park. And so we'll be removing a small number of trees. A driveway will come through there, circle around in between the barn and the carriage house. And then you would continue back out past the main house into kind of that existing parking lot there. As part of that, because of fire code and in order to support the fire trucks, we will be having to pave part of that, so that's contemplated in the site plans. There will be a very small amount of parking that goes behind the carriage house, and this is largely for people with disabilities, or if caterers are coming in, program instructors, things like that. We have run into a few delays with that aspect of the project. One of the biggest delays is from the red cockaded woodpecker, which we knew that there are trees out there. We discovered a new tree not too long ago that is very close to the carriage house. It's not really impacted by our activities, but because of the required buffers that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service requires, we had to go back and redesign the site and kind of change the orientation of the parking lot. And we lost several months doing that, and we had to engage with J. Carter and Associates and do a biological assessment. And so our goal was to have one contract for the building, one contract for the site. Hopefully they'd be carrying along well, but we have not been able to release the plans yet for the site because we encountered that delay. So we did get approval from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to proceed. We're not taking down that tree. They just, because it was within the project boundaries, they had to give us approval. So we are finishing with those design plans. They are also addressing comments that came back from our staff through the fire code review, the engineering plan review. And I know James has been in touch with our engineers and designers, and they intend to submit those plans for final approval soon. Once the town has signed off and issued a permit, then we will put those plans out to bid. So we'll have to have at least a 30-day public period because of the anticipated cost of those. And then once we release those and get a contractor on board, we'll better understand how long that site work will take. So we will reach a period where the building will be ready, but we won't really be using it publicly just because it doesn't have the parking lot and things like that are required to actually get a CO. So at that point, we'll also know what the total budget looks like. The overall budget for the building renovation was, or the overall contract for the building renovation was $470,000. We are going to come in under that. We didn't have any unforeseen circumstances that required us to go over that contract. We did have a sizable water line project that between the construction and the water tap and meter fees is about $47,000. And so that plus the 470 is part of the overall project. So once we bid it out, we'll be coming back to you with an update. But at this point, I'm expecting that we may need to allocate some more funds to be able to get that project complete.
The carriage house, I went out there, it looked nice.
It does look nice.
I couldn't tell, so their middle room looked nice. It's gonna have bathrooms. Is there gonna be a kitchen in there or no?
There's a very small warming kitchen.
Okay,
Yeah.
I couldn't tell what those small rooms were gonna be yet when I was out there, so thank you.
Yeah, the warming kitchen is on the back side of it. And the way we oriented the bathrooms will actually be very nice. There's one bathroom that you can only access from the inside. And then the second bathroom will be accessible from the outside. And so we'll keep that unlocked. So it'll actually be an amenity for park users, but it would also be available to people who are using the carriage house.
Thank you.
So my question is about, were you done, Bill?
Yes.
My question is about the paving, and my plea is that we minimize the paving in the spirit of Dave Drexel and every other steward of that land. And I'm hoping that the parking lot is not paved.
The parking lot is not paved. If we
And I-
had our way, we wouldn't pave anything, but unfortunately, the fire codes do
Right,
require,
I understand. So, and
a certain
I
pace,
applaud the
so.
fact that we're going to comply with the fire code, that's fine. But you're saying just portions of it, tell me what sort of, describe a portion for me. If I come in at Betty Rounds Park,
That will all be asphalt. So right now, We are
So-
minimizing the scope of the site work, partly just to go ahead and get everything that's required for the carriage house to have a CO to get that completed. And also by minimizing the scope, we can not do the formal erosion control permitting. So that saves us some time and some cost. And so what you'll find is when you enter from Betty Rounds, the driveway will extend, and then it will have asphalt it'll probably go around about to where the carriage house ends, and then it will transition back to the natural, unpaved surface now. And then if we finish and do kind of a phase 2 of the site work at that point, then we would go and put more asphalt down.
There's not a plan to put asphalt at the entrance to Whitehall, is there? Where cars currently park?
That is not the current plan, no.
Okay.
And I don't see that as a future plan either. It's really just the driveway so that the fire trucks can get in there and access the buildings.
And the driveway, you're not talking about the current driveway into Whitehall. You're talking about the
I'm talking about the new driveway.
driveway that was cut from the Rounds Park behind the Children's Center
Yes,
and into
yes. And
the area.
And what you'll find is that we've actually created a loop that goes kind of in between the barn and the carriage house. And so that will allow the fire trucks to currently always remain on asphalt, because if they have to come in, they'll loop around and then they'll go back out Betty Rounds Park.
Okay.
For anybody else that comes in there, it'll just be a one-way.
Okay.
And so they'll transition from asphalt to unpaved
To the
surface. But
unpaved
that
and-
meets the fire code requirements.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
So yes, our goal is to minimize anything like that.
Thank you.
So,
And the water line issue, can you give me a little bit more specificity on that?
yeah, would you like to discuss
The
that one?
$47,000 surprise?
Yep. So the water line is being added, the property right now is currently on a well. The well was meant to serve just the house.
Right.
Now that there's, plans to expand and actually use the house, we felt it best to actually run public water to it. So we estimated, a couple of years ago when we first got the property, what it would cost to run water down there. Now that we're actually at the point of doing it, we got the plumber involved. He went through the property. He did a fixture count to determine what size water meter and water line was actually needed. That came up to be a 2-inch water line, which was larger than the original 1-inch we were anticipating. But again, we want to meet plumbing code, do things the right way the first time. So by upsizing there, you've got an increase in the cost of the installation, and there was an increase relative to the meter and the tap fees associated with it.
And you indicated when you were talking about the 470,000 that we had come in, did I understand that we come in under budget or come in right on the money?
What I was saying there is that our contract was $470,000. Sometimes when you do projects like that, until the contractors really start digging in and understanding the actual conditions, they may come up with unforeseen circumstances that they come back and say, you know what, I'm going to have to do this and I need a change order to the contract. What I was saying is that we've had a few minor issues, but everything has fallen within the contingency budget that we have. So we will finish that project at $470,000. We're far enough along that we know that was good enough. We had originally, when CPL did their, budget estimates, and this was pre-design, and it was a couple of years ago, we had hoped that the carriage house was going to be around $400,000. So this 470 is more than what we were hoping. And so that's why I'm feeling like we're probably going to need some more money, for the overall budget to get this project finished. But until we bid out the site plans, we won't know what we're looking at.
So the original budget that we did was 400,000, just refresh my memory.
It wasn't a budget per se. It was a preliminary cost estimate that CPL did during the master plan. And if you remember, they kind of priced out the master plan based on the elements that were in it at that time. And of course, those were 2022 $2, I believe. And so we were just kind of targeting, it might be about $400,000. Now that we've gone through the process of having an architect design it, understanding building codes, fire codes, and then when we bid it out, in the current market, it came back at $470,000.
100 was the basis for the $200,000 CVB
I was going to
grant that
say,
was
yeah,
received.
that was a grant that covered the 200,000 of that, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, and we have received that.
And is there additional grant money to go after that you're aware of or not?
Not for this aspect of the project. We're not familiar with anything. Our Parks and Rec team is currently working on some grant applications for some of the trail projects out
Okay.
there,
Okay.
but I'm not aware of anything for the parking.
Okay, thank you.
The water line was not included in the budget, the original budget, at all, or partially?
It wasn't split out, and like James said,
We originally had it in the buildings and grounds operating budget, not as part of the project. Sorry. But, of course, when we looked at it, said this is really part of that project, we should really combine the two.
Okay, so it is a part of it.
it is now.
Sorry.
That's okay, I'm just making sure that I got the right numbers, so it's,
When you originally had it in the buildings and grounds, did you have it at a specified amount?
Got it at 20.
I think we were at 25 or 30.
Yeah, we
at
were
the
somewhere in
time.
that ballpark. I can't remember the exact number offhand.
So we've allocated from the budget, the 25 or 30. Am I right? Or
Yes.
am I, yeah, okay. So, and you're looking to close the gap. In other words, 17,000 to 20.
No, we've already taken care of that. Council had allocated $685,000 towards the carriage house.
Okay.
We'll be able to pay for the $470,000 contract out of that. We got the $185,000 from the CVB that, goes
Right.
towards that. And then what James was saying, rather than paying for the water line and the tap fees out of the building and grounds budget, we are paying for it out of that 685 capital project. And that's at Tessa's request. She likes to combine
Right,
all of the
right.
different assets and projects. So we are fine today. We are not over budget with the contracts that we have now, but I'm kind of putting you on notice that I don't know that 685 is going to be enough to cover the site work in it. But until we bid it out, I don't know what it
And
would be.
thank you for the correction. I think I said 200,000 on the CVB. That was the skate park. It was 185 on this project.
185 is included in the 685 or is not included in the?
It is not included.
Not included in the 685.
Yes,
The tap fee too. Excuse me. Who do we pay the tap fee to?
to our utility
It
department.
goes from the general fund to the utility fund. Yeah, we've had some internal discussion around that.
We actually
Discussion.
initially considered, do we go ahead and bite the bullet and do the whole water line for the barn? Because, we have long-term projects for the barn, and that ended up being, I think, a 6-inch water line, didn't it? And we were like, oh, yeah.
So that was actually my question. 2
Yeah.
inches just for existing services, nothing really additional or not much additional?
It's to put the house and the carriage house into
one.
service. So it is additional services, but it would not be, if we fully built out the barn as kind of an events facility, which is kind of the maximum usage that we would do, that 2-inch water line, we do not expect that would cover that.
And that was really the big part of the debate about whether to go forward with a full 6 is there's a lot that may be done with that barn where the 2 is going to be fine. And there hasn't been a full commitment and certainly not funding toward that barn becoming what would require a 6-inch. So
Right. So,
It's a fire issue.
fire issue.
Right.
Yeah.
situation right now, with the building currently being on the well, is a fire hazard.
It's not any longer, no. We've completed the water line.
We've completed the water
project.
line.
Yeah.
I think. I know it was still under construction 10 days ago, but
But it was a
hopefully
fire
with
hazard.
weather, it still got completed.
It's not that it was a fire hazard, but we couldn't put it into like public occupancy in its current standard because the well didn't generate enough flow for fire
It would not have
service,
ultimately met
so.
fire code for, yeah.
Okay.
we've always had to use Whitehall in a very, very limited way because it doesn't meet public occupancy codes. And that's why we really haven't opened the house for much of anything. And so the carriage house is the first structure that we're really opening kind of for public assembly. And so that's what has triggered all of this, including the asphalt drive for the fire trucks and things like that. So
And the 2-inch line covers anything that would happen at the carriage house?
Yes.
Anything that would happen at the main house? But what you're telling me is that the barn, depending on the use that we eventually have for the barn, if and when that happens, may need a 6-inch line, which means, I'm sorry, this is going to sound really stupid, James, but I got to go here. Does that mean we have to tear up a 2-inch line and replace it with a 6-inch line? Have we not planned long-term here for the potential of using the barn? Help me out. Make me feel better.
So yes, if we ultimately have to run a 6-inch line, it's going to go through roughly the same route as the 2-inch did. It went right down the main drive because that had other existing disturbance, which got us away from having to deal with the woodpeckers and impacting their areas. Yes, if we had moved forward with putting in the 6-inch line now, it would have been done, but it's hard to sit here and say at this point that it was going to be needed in the future.
Okay.
And you're talking about, we're talking about $40-something thousand to put in this 2-inch water line, whereas to put in a 6-inch water line, not only are you running it down to the house, but you're now running it back out the other side. You have to loop it in, so you're doubling the length of line to be installed. Significantly larger line. You're dealing with licensed utility contractors. You're putting in fire hydrants. You have to have it engineered. You can't just have a plumber go out and do it. So you're now dealing with permitting processes and even further delay. So when you look at all of those, it didn't really make a lot of sense to go ahead and do it now because there's still too many questions on the back end.
So if the council's being responsible in regard to the uses, the potential uses of the barn, we need to keep that in mind, that there's a tremendous expense that goes as far as the water line and a tremendous expense, many, many hoops we jump through if the barn becomes a more, a varied use facility?
kind of the
Really
highest.
don't think of it as an issue of a lot more faucets or use in the barn. It's that if you do the barn in such a manner that it triggers certain fire requirements.
fire code
that's where
issues,
the 6-inch
right,
could come
I
in play. And
understand.
again, there are multiple ways to address that. The 6-inch is the most obvious and straightforward, but you can do things on site too to be able to address a fire suppression system. Those would all have to be things that would be contemplated in any ultimate plan to move forward on a barn project. So-
Right, but I think just to ask in the future that those considerations be brought before the council.
Oh.
If we're moving forward to do something with the barn that's going to have this impact that creates
They would be a big part of the
a
budget
magnificent
for that
expense.
project.
Right, yeah, I'm not sure that's where we need to go.
Yeah, you don't think of this in a, okay, 1-inch was 25 or 30, 2-inch is 43, and 6-inch then suddenly becomes 80 something. As James explained, because of the looping, because
Right.
of involving the state permitting, and we're talking 6-figure type of project to do a
Right,
6-inch. It's,
6-figure. And
Yeah.
the highest intensity use of the barn is, something along the lines of the fair barn over at Pinehurst. And we're talking a 7-figure $1 million budget. And so, we knew that we haven't even committed to doing that yet. And so we felt it wasn't responsible to go ahead and spend 6 figures on a water line, plus the time that we might not ever need.
I agree with
So
your
if
assessment.
we're investing, millions of dollars, then at that point, it's kind of a much smaller percentage of the budget. So we're having much bigger discussions about funding sources and at that point.
Did the council who originally, I think, made the very astute, and I guess, Mr. Pate, you were probably the only person on the council at that time, the very astute decision to purchase Whitehall to offer more parks and recreation facilities in more natural areas for Moore County and specifically for Southern Pines, was there some sort of a mission statement that went with that purchase? Was there some sort of you both grabbed your mic, so I'm going to back. You understand my question?
Definitely, we acquired it to largely preserve it for its natural use. And then I can't remember when y'all came on council, we did a very substantial study, analyzed the entire property, including trail improvements, structural improvements, and then at the advice of the staff, we picked some of those to move forward with. One was Carriage House and a couple other things. I know there's like probably 20 more options on that list. That over time, we'll just have to decide what we choose to pay for when we have funds available. And all of it may not get done. It was a substantial wish list for that property. But yeah, just keeping it preserved and having control over it versus having it be developed was
And there was
large.
public involvement in that too.
In the master
A lot of
planning
public- yeah.
process, yes.
Right, and I think preservation would have been foremost in everyone's mind, not so much building another facility similar to the Pinehurst Barn. I think it's let's keep a natural area that's there, and that certainly does, again,
I would suggest, Ms. Roth, use that example because it's one that we're all familiar with, but it's pretty easy to think about the parking and stuff that becomes necessary
oh
if it's
gosh,
truly
yeah,
a Pinehurst barn. But
right.
But
No.
from a use perspective, smaller events than what you're familiar with at the barn, but that was sort of the most intensive use envisioned there was something for event type
Right,
nature.
right.
So
I feel pretty strongly about sticking with the preservation, that I think was a lot of the motive originally for purchasing the the property. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, so you're good with the 2-inch line and not,
I'm good, yeah.
okay. Okay,
I'll move to the second project, which we've had some conversation around a sidewalk on Illinois from Broad Street to Broad Street since the change of one-way directions and kind of rearrangement of the downtown. As part of that, ultimately, the idea of some sort of bulb out or something that makes it easy for drivers to see, I need to turn and not keep going straight. And James has been working through CSX because any crossing of the rail requires CSX blessing, and just has an update on kind of where that stands, which it's good news, but it's not, will be under construction next week, so.
Yeah, so part of the CSX process, what we're currently waiting on is CSX to basically sign an agreement with Moffett Nickel, who will assist them in the permitting and construction process because CSX will actually do a part of the work. The section that actually crosses the railroad will be done by CSX. That's which, I mean, I like where you're going with that, but no, there will definitely be a cost to the town associated with that. We have no estimates from them at this point, so I'm not going to begin to
thank you for that,
Yes.
EJ.
Yeah. Now, the other part of it, the sidewalk that leads up to the track, that'll still be done by the town. We have a design out there. We're going to start floating it by contractors, start getting pricing in the next couple of weeks. So hopefully, once we do get everything worked out with CSX, we'll kind of be ready to go on our end. So like I say, it's good news, but, can't really come and give you a definite timeline at this point.
It's okay. Yeah, but we're working towards it.
Fingers crossed on that, maybe.
And the fact that they're okay with it is positive.
That's huge. And
It was a very positive sign that they were getting engineering to actually draw up plans, so that's a
Glad to hear that.
huge first step.
is that, is that kudos to you and James both as far as just pursuing that partnership with CSX, which is that's not an easy dance to do.
So I'm going to lay the credit. Brendan Patton is a relatively new engineering technician on staff. He's been bird dogging this for us.
Okay,
It started out, the answer was no, but that was simply because we were talking to the wrong people at
okay,
CSX.
right.
They have groups that manage private permitting, and like if you're a developer wanting to build a road across a railroad track, you would deal with that group. They have a whole other separate group that has no contact on the website. You have to know how to find your way through. That deals with permitting with municipal projects.
Okay.
And once we got in touch with them, things went a lot smoother.
This is one of the sidewalk requests that we hear most often from constituents. So thank you to Vernon, is that what you said?
Brendan.
Brendan, thank you to Brendan. This is huge, and I think that's going to catch a lot of folks who are trying to safely walk dogs and ride Barbie cars. I'm bringing it up again.
And tied into that is a concrete or maybe even a planted thing in the road.
The end of it, yeah.
Yeah, so on, I don't want to say ends, but basically in the road part, we will have another bulb out that extends out into the road. I can't think of a good example of one that's currently in downtown, but you've seen them around.
I think there's one at the next block. It's just small.
Could be.
I think you're right. I think it would be a little larger than the one that's there, but
The plan would be to bring basically concrete curb out the same width as the parking stall.
Right, okay, which makes
same depth as the parking
Yeah,
stall.
sorry.
Yeah.
direct more safely.
Yeah.
And maybe slows people down as they swing around there to get ready to fire down the other side.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
great.
last week I was traveling out of town on Southwest Broad, and there was someone traveling towards me going the wrong way, and I flashed my lights. And she pulled over and aside, and I said, "Ma'am, just to let you know this is one way." She said, "When did that happen?" I said, "It's been almost a year ago." And she said, "Well, thank you," and kept going.
She didn't say, "Oh, I've been doing this every week for the last year."
And I was like, there's a part of me that's like, I kind of want to do that sometime to get to that point in my life where I say, thank you, just keep on going. She went on down to the next block. And it didn't turn around, just. Yeah, well, I did. I wasn't successful.
James, thank you. It's a big
All right.
deal. Yeah. It's good to hear we're working towards.
Yeah, that was a big ask. That was a big ask, and you made it happen. Thank you.
All right, and third project, and a little longer explanation as to why it's in front of you, the no road multi-use path. What you have in your packet is a supplemental agreement from the NCDOT. Just to clear any misconceptions or misperceptions, it is dated January the 3rd, which is a date that NCDOT put on that document as they worked through this process. James and I received it on January the 16th, so this is the first council meeting since we have received that document. The reason you have that document is back in the fall, after we had our public meeting there at the Douglas Center, and a number of concerns were brought forth from individuals living in Longleaf and a few in Tallamore. James went back to the DOT and said, look, we're going to be considering adding some other elements to this project. Is there additional money available through your funding sources for these types of projects to be able to make that happen? And DOT went through their process and came back and said, yep, there absolutely is. We just need a new supplemental agreement, which involves your 20% match, and move forward. So what you have before you this evening is that supplemental agreement, which was very specific to an effort to include some form of elements along the No Road project, to include things like chicanes. Of course, back when James first called up DOT, we were even talking about roundabouts before we had the estimates on those. But the chicanes, a potential turn lanes, but a big aspect of this is that any of those types of improvements that essentially move the project beyond the current curb lines involve additional expense. And James will show you where we have already integrated a turn lane at the, I think it's Hunter Trail and Clubhouse entrance. Highland Trail, thank you. Highland Trail and Clubhouse entrance. And as part of that, when you see the plans, there's quite a bit of stormwater work that needs to be done due to pipes that are there and need to be moved. And the other aspect, though, that needs to be recognized with this, and BJ, if you could put up that page I sent you right before I headed down here. Yep, that would be the one. So here's what you're looking at. That TAP 11493, because I know there's been a lot of consternation, a number of emails flying around, so I'm just going to give to you sort of what staff's really been trying to work toward on this in an effort just to be able to integrate some things. Because it was discussed back when we talked about roundabouts and chicanes and stuff, it was going to add cost to the project. So TAP 11493 is the original project. And what you see there in red is a number that often gets lost in that conversation. This whole thing originated around a recognition that No Road is coming due for repaving. That's about $1 million project in today's dollars. And again, all the figures I'm about to talk about, these are the estimates. We'll go to bid and we'll be back in front of you with what the final budget and the contract looks like. But based on the estimates, to pave the 3 continuous lanes on Knoll Road is going to be a $1 million project, give or take. So you had under TAP 11493 a grant for a little over $1.6 million. That then required a $418,000 match by the town based on the 20%. The town separately was going to have to budget $1 million of paving because the paving needs to be done before you put down the medians and stripe and do everything that was necessary. So you had a $3.09 million project that was going to include $1.48 million in local funds to make it happen. 1 million of those being the paving, but that's what it was, 1.418. Under the new supplement, because of DOT's recognition that there are portions along Knoll Road that as a result of, be it turn lanes, be it chicanes, be it whatever gets integrated, will actually have to be reconstructed for drainage purposes because you're going to change where the crown of the road is, et cetera, et cetera. We were able to integrate portions of the project into their overall budget. So what is in red on that top line is outside of the project. It truly makes the project possible. It's an overall cost that needs to be accounted for, but it was outside of the DOT project. With the new improvements, and by improvements, I want to be clear, DOT did not say, go do chicanes, go do this, go do that. They just recognize that any changes that take it outside the curb line are going to require some changes to the grading and such out there, so additional expense. So it is now being presented to us the opportunity for a $3.03 million grant that increases our match to $758,000. And the engineer's estimate on what we will still have for paving in areas that aren't going to be affected by any improvements is that $1 million figure drops to $381,000 additional dollars. So now the entire project with some of these additions comes in at $4.1 million. The local funds, however, actually decreased to $1.139 million. So I know there's a general discussion, and it's not inaccurate that the project budget has increased 81% because the project defined as simply what is on the DOT books has in fact done that. They've increased what they're allocating. That increases what we have to add for a match. Absolutely do not argue that percentage. If you look at the total expenditure and take into account the paving project that has to occur, if we cancel the project, we're going to have $1 million in paving, and I'll get to that in a second. If you take that and look at it as a total expenditure, the total expenditure is actually increasing 35%, not 81. Again, I'm including the paving reconstruction. And the local funds involved in that total project have actually decreased by 20%. From 1.418 to 1.139. So if you go down, BJ, essentially where we are this afternoon, council's kind of got 3 options at this point. Or I would suggest one of 3 options. There's probably a multitude of others that include dragging this thing further and then making similar decisions down the road. But one is to adopt the supplement and the associated budget, allowing for continuation of design. And I've put the 1.139 because that represents the local funds. Again, purely on estimate, without bids yet. Number 2 would be to turn down the supplement, return to the simple 2-lane, no element inclusions, and keep everything within the curbs.
If we go with that, which is the original project,
Yes,
the $1 million paving, we still have to pay that.
that's correct.
On our own,
So,
okay.
so the cost of doing that in local funds based on estimates is $1.418 million.
Okay.
Or you simply cancel the project, in which case you've got $1 million in paving coming up, plus whatever engineering number has been spent to date, and I don't have that because I was putting this together right before the meeting.
Thank you for this.
But that's kind of the numbers behind it. I'm purely putting the numbers out there because there's been a lot of discussion, and I understand any misunderstandings or because this paving of it to begin with has kind of been lost in the discussion along the way.
In my mind, I want to simplify it as much
Yeah.
as possible. So slide this page up to the top, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
And so doing nothing but resurfacing, town spends $1 million.
Yes.
Doing the baseline, which is the plan that we've originally seen, using those estimates, cost the town $418,000 more than what they would have to spend anyway.
Yes.
And then adopting the supplement cost the town now only $139,000 more than what we'd have to spend doing nothing. And so the supplement is in the chicanes and the turn lanes, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, it's
That actually was a good way of saying it.
How, I'm just trying to understand this.
Any reason to cancel the project or change direction should probably can be based on any number of factors, but don't base it purely on a financial factor because
I know their estimates.
these are the numbers.
I get it.
It's-
But it would most likely move up. Even if the 139 is wrong, the 418 would also be wrong. They would both most likely move up. It was,
all of this is subject to the bidding environment when
Got
it
it.
finally goes
Yeah.
out to bid, et cetera, but
this is helpful.
these are,
I'm glad
yeah.
to see this.
again, the effort that James and staff made was to simply go back to DOT under the recognition that there was a desire to include some elements in this.
Yeah.
And again, we can have all kinds of discussion about those elements and the pros and cons, and we'll have a little bit of that with some stuff. But this was simply an effort to try and maximize outside money as much as possible. And what it results in, again, assuming estimates and bids line up, is actually less local dollars involved in the project when it's all said and done.
I think you've done the right thing. We've listened to the neighbors. We've improved the project. We had the added benefit of it overall costing us less, assuming bids come back, reasonable to this. But even if they don't, as Councilman Goodman said, even if everything's higher, doing them the same way would have been higher.
Correct.
Yes, or just the $1 million paving would have also been higher. No, I really appreciate that you threw this together. I appreciate seeing the numbers straightforward. And I think that the project is, I thought it was worthwhile at the original state. I think it's improved now, and I think it's at a reasonable price.
The other thing I've asked James to be prepared to do is we're going to walk you through at a very high level.
But do we get to see?
Some of the 60% design.
Okay,
Because we want to talk about some of the stuff that was discussed in our last meeting with the representatives of Knoll Road.
Can I
some
just,
things that-
before we do that, I had a question about your numbers.
Yeah, and I actually would like to hear everyone's perspective on.
This is the first time we've seen this, so thank you. And I apologize. We got a ton of emails about this, and this is the first I've seen anything since the meeting several months
Yeah.
ago. So I haven't had anything to respond with. So this is great and new to me. I'm just curious. It is very rare that any changes to add more things lead to less contribution from us. Why did that happen, or what led to TAP to supplement? Like, I'm just curious. What was the discussion, or how come suddenly we're paying on 800,000 or 700,000 less than prior?
So the key cost savings for the town is what was once viewed as basically 100% town cost to repave Knoll Road. A portion of that, and a very significant portion of it, is now being considered a part of the DOT project, which means it gets the 80% grant fund applied to it.
That's the difference between the $1 million that's in red up there and the 381. The 381 simply represents the paving we have left after that, which gets integrated into the DOT project now, because that was purely outside. That was going to be a budget item at budget time where we would have been utilizing our 500 and something odd $1,000 in POW bill funds in addition to another. You've been doing about $1.1 to $1.2 million worth of paving for the last few years. In the given year that this project finally moved forward, $1 million of that 1.1 or 1.2 was going to be on Knoll Road. So now it will be 381 of that instead of $1 million.
So does the PAL bill, I was going to ask about the PAL bill money, which I don't completely understand even this far into my tenure, but would that money also go toward this project, or would that money then be redirected to another paving?
So the POW bill money, again, represents a little over $500,000
Right,
in
it's not,
revenue.
it's a drop in the bucket as
You
far
are
as.
doing, now, back in the period when the town was spending $400,000, $450,000 a year on its paving project,
Right, that was
we
great.
were actually filling out through Public Works big, long spreadsheets and tests explaining where the Powell money was going, because it is
Right.
limited what it can be used for. Now that we are spending $1.2 million paving a year for multiple reasons, it's kind of direct now. So I could probably argue that some Powell money goes into this. I could also easily argue that, well, no, that's going to go toward other paving projects. And it's because you're spending more on paving than the Powell funds that are coming in.
It's irrelevant, basically.
exactly.
Right. Okay.
Would you all, so Reagan, just the slide that's up there is a original project. The supplemental one is the updated project.
Yep.
And then what is not listed is to do nothing.
Correct. Other than if you go down to that BJ.
The $1 million payment.
I mean, it's the $1 million in the engineering.
Okay. So does council have perspective on option A, original scope, B, updated, or C, nothing? I would just like to hear from everyone.
I think the updated is a no-brainer. You know, you're looking at numbers and, I mean, it's a gift. This is a blessing. And Brendan, I think you said, James was the name of the young man who kept,
So that was on the CSX project.
oh.
Yep.
Okay, wrong guy, so, wait a minute.
I'll still write him a thank you letter.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, kudos to him. Who was it that continued though to press and find the right channels to find this other DOT? Didn't you say at first, no, maybe I'm getting CSX mixed up.
So I had reached out, and this wasn't really finding the right channels. This was just simply asking the question.
And they were open and just,
Yeah.
wow, okay. Real quick question, so with the updated proposal, we're matching 381,000 for the paving, am I reading that right? Do we have to match something with the?
That's money you will ultimately be putting into,
Into the paving part of it?
yes,
Okay,
yeah.
got you. And then the total, the 4 million?
Yeah, so when you look at the end of that, the total local funds is the 381 outside of the project plus
Oh,
the
gotcha.
758 match.
Got you. Yeah. That's good.
Bill, your thoughts?
I'm just assuming, James, at this point, so we've been dealing with this a couple of years. Engineering to date would probably be 6 figures plus.
Yeah, we're probably approaching close to 200. The total engineering contract was about 270,000. So we're not at 100%, but we're probably built out to the 50 to 60% range.
Do you have a preference between original and updated?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate you showing us this. I mean, from a fiscal standpoint, I mean, it's very favorable to the town. I would like to see, I think that's your next thing, because this thing does mention 3 traffic calming devices, additional turn lanes, none of which we've seen anything about. So I would like to kind of know before we push go, like what exactly, where's it looking like? Where's it headed? Because I just don't know. I haven't seen anything.
And along those lines, and the Knoll Road crowd has already heard this, what James is working from is about a 60% plan. The goal is to get to the 75% plan, at which point we submit that to DOT. So there will be things that we'll include in that, but it is open to their comment and their final approval. So even at that point, nothing is final till they come back to us.
And by they, you mean
The DOT, the DOT, yeah.
What
At
was-
which time we would go out to bid.
I missed the engineering to date number approximately,
About 200.
about to, so 1.2 to cancel.
Some more expensive.
James, you want to start at the Midland entrance, because you did say today that they have looked at. One of the questions that came up in our meeting with Knoll Road was the question of a 10-foot path. And it is a requirement that the multi-use path be 10 feet. However, there were a couple of areas along the path that may have benefited from a narrowing. and James has double-checked that, and we do have the opportunity, given certain circumstances, to be able to narrow this from 10 to 8. One of those circumstances where I think that is going to be beneficial is here at the entrance to Knoll Road. And James, if you want to.
Yeah, well, exactly as Reagan was saying, you can see we're trying to cram a whole lot into this area. This line right here represents the existing median that's out there right now. This shows slight changes to that. It's basically putting in the curb there and shifting over just a little bit, and then squeezing the existing lanes there so that you continue to have 2 outgoing lanes at the stoplight and a 10-foot trail. The question was asked because there's a number of landscaping items through here. There's some lighting that kind of lines up along the brick fence right through there. So we talked with the engineers. They felt comfortable bringing this section down to 8 feet. So that'll save us some room, make sure we can save kind of the amenities that are out there now, and maybe get these 2 lanes that are currently slated at 10.5, which is an acceptable lane width. The minimum is 10, to see if we can't get those back to 11 feet. So that one we think we're going to be able to accomplish from our conversation at the last meeting.
And James, that blue line shooting up would connect to across from where the Knoll Road path comes out behind
Correct.
where
And
BJ lives.
I don't know why it's set up this way, but sheet 9 is actually the last page. So you start here, go all the way, then come back to the beginning. So we'll see it here in a minute. BJ, if you want to jump to the next page.
Yeah, so I should have said for orientation, when I say entrance to Knoll Road, that was
Next page.
Midland Road, Knoll. So that's the end of the subdivision that you're on.
So this is Magnolia Circle. So, very first intersection you come to. This was one of the locations that the engineers had recommended using a chicane as a traffic calming measure. Kind of gives you a visual of like, what does that look like? And essentially it's 2 small concrete medians placed out there, a skinnying up of the lanes throughout most of the corridor. Each lane is 11 feet wide. When you come to these areas, they squeeze them down to 10 feet because, again, the traffic calming comes from the constriction of the roadway. It makes people want to drive slower when they feel more constrained. And that's all these chicanes are really doing is they're creating something that's a visual constriction in front of them that makes them want to slow down.
And just speaking of speed, is it last I heard was 35? Is that what DOT's still thinking that they would
That's a
change this
recommendation
to?
from the engineer. DOT is probably not going to chime in on speed limit.
And we have control to set it whatever we
You
decide.
do. The design is for 35, but if you were to drop that to 30, that is what it is. I mean, the design out there now is for 55, and it's been dropped to 40, so.
So is this is the entrance off of Midland. So this is sacrificing the landscaping that currently exists. Is that correct?
Last sheet.
No. Okay, show me. I'm sorry. Help me.
Can you go back to the first one?
My bad.
Zoom in right here if you would, BJ. So it's hard to see, but this
is
line right
main-
here
okay.
is essentially following the existing landscaping area that's in front of the sign.
So this is not disturbing the landscaping and not disturbing the brick columns and the fence.
Correct. And with skinnying up this to 8 feet, we should be able to completely avoid this. The 10-foot might have encroached a little bit into it, but not a significant amount.
Okay.
And then we were always going to save the brick fencing. That was never going to be touched.
Right.
But bringing it off, we're making sure we can save. There's little ground lights in front of each of the columns.
And this also maintains the center median with the planning that is out there.
Okay, so would the, in regard to the chicane, which we're on the next slide, so I'm going up Knoll Road as I get to those, right?
Yep, so we're going towards Airport Road.
Right.
on the
So
plans this
in
way.
regard to those, does a chicane, which is a, pardon me, but a blob of concrete, does a landscaped garden there have the same impact? Not to mention a more environmentally preferred impact that a
I
concrete,
don't think there's enough space for it.
Chicane
It
would
looks pretty
have.
narrow.
I mean, if you did any kind of landscaping, it would be grass or something to that effect, because that is a relatively narrow space, definitely not enough room to plant trees.
So that's a 6-foot wide piece of concrete there.
Yes.
And it's 8 feet long-ish? Is it 6 by 8?
No, that's, I'm going to say roughly 25, 30 feet.
Low plants.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, okay. Right.
Again, I don't think I would plant anything there other than grass. Just, again, I don't know that. Site potentially, but just the amount of space available and the health of the plant, I don't know that it would be a great location for it.
Can you educate me to the value of a chicane over the value of a small patch of green there? Can you tell me, can you sell me on an advantage to concrete over green space?
Well, you're going to have a certain amount of concrete because you've got to create kind of the barrier there. So
Right, so you're
looking
gonna,
at
so you're gonna put in a curb.
you're gonna have a curb.
Right,
You got to think, if this thing is 6 feet wide, 2 curbs back to back are 3 feet.
okay,
You got 3 feet of space in there. Again, that's what I say, there's not a lot of room to do much landscaping.
That 6 feet is the outside of the curb. Correct.
That's at front edge of curb, you know.
okay, I'm with you now. I need to get oriented, and I appreciate your patience. Thank you.
And is there still intention of doing some landscaping between the path and the road?
Yeah, can we come back to that?
Sure.
You'd be that wide.
If you could zoom out and let's go to the
You
next
could do something
page.
really cool there, honestly.
Oh, hang on, you jump, sorry, go back one. Oh, scroll over. It's all right. The next major thing to look at is this is the intersection of Highland View and the clubhouse driveway. This is the area where the current 60% plans have turn lanes for each direction. And this gets into what Reagan was mentioning earlier. You can see we're having to modify some of the existing drainage out there because we're now kind of pushing everything out. But we were able to accommodate this at this location. It didn't require any easements outside of the existing right-of-way, so this one actually worked out fairly well for us.
I'm going to ask you a huge favor that's probably going to not feel as comfortable as where you are. Would you consider moving to the other side of that drawing to make your presentation so people that are here with us can see what you're doing better?
Ken, you're going to make me stand next to BJ.
I know. But we all have our crosses to bear.
So
Thank
this
you.
is Highland View that goes over to Tallamore Drive. And then, like I said, this is the driveway to the clubhouse. Yeah, it's making him uncomfortable now.
Again, I'm going to ask stupid questions. So the thing that looks like a railroad track, which I'm sure we're not putting in there. Sorry, guys. That is indicative of water elevation. Is that what's going on?
You talking about this?
That right there? Uh-huh.
So the horizontal bars there.
Right.
Actually, I'm sorry, that'd be vertical on the plan view. Those are crosswalk markings.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
the stormwater is this big black bold pipe
Okay.
right here.
And the current stormwater is where that pipe is, or?
So you've got some stormwater here,
Okay, thank you.
and what they're doing is they're adding a new box over here because you've adjusted the grade of the road. And now that you've collected it here, you've got to get it back to the discharge point.
All right, so the topography, we're on a hill, the topography, it takes it to here, which then retains it and pulls it to where? I'm now on a sedimentation kick here. Help me out. How are we avoiding having a sedimentation issue?
So this is not the erosion control plan sheet. This is the permanent infrastructure. So erosion control is slightly different than what we're talking about.
Okay,
This is permanent stormwater.
okay,
So this is only going to be here collecting the drainage from, what's existing out here and what is going on with the drainage in the road.
okay,
Doesn't add any area. It's not going to create an erosive velocity below a pipe because you're essentially still collecting the same amount of water.
more stupid questions. How does the water make it across the road? Is there an underground piping? Tell me what happens once we collect it
So again,
up near
you've
the
got,
railroad tracks?
got an
Really across
existing
what? Yeah.
pipe that crosses here, right
Okay,
here. This
thank you.
very, very light.
Okay, thank
Right.
you.
So that's already there.
All right, and then the other one,
This gets added to get the water back to where it was going anyway.
and the topography is,
Taking-
gravity is my friend in this
Yes,
case,
all
okay.
water is going
All
that
right,
way
thank you.
off.
All right.
BJ, let's jump to the next page. So this is Hunter Trail. You got Longleaf Cottages is the next intersection. If you can keep kind of scrolling, you're not going to mess me up.
I know I was asking a lot. I appreciate your adaptability. Thank you.
Yep, so this is the Club Cottages, which is up on the hill behind that weird brick wall that's out on Knoll Road. That's actually this line right here, if you're familiar with that. BJ, if you can keep scrolling page right. Lakeside South Driveway, this is the Lakeside Villas. We've had a fair amount of conversation about this area. The engineers did recommend a chicane here, not necessarily because of the driveway, but as an attempt to kind of spread these things throughout the project relatively even. What we're currently in discussion with the engineer about is can we get a turn lane put in through here also? There was a high desire from the community if we could get something kind of focused around Paddock Drive, which I can't remember if that's on this page or the next page.
I'll say it's the next
page.
one that involves.
Yeah, if you would. Keep coming left. So this is Paddock Lane right here. So what we're looking at is can we come in here, add a turn lane, which again would widen out the road cross section some, pushes the trail outside of the existing footprint. But it definitely, from a one standpoint, it works because you have the length of a turn lane here and it basically overlaps with the Lakeside Villas. What we've got to determine and see if it's ultimately an impact is, if we're moving the road out, we're again impacting drainage. All of the grading from here is graded up Paddock. So if you were to stand out in the road, the grade here is going uphill away. So we've got to look at, how far out can we push before we're at a point where we're having to grade outside of the town right away. And then there's also a gas line running down through here. And that can be a real problem because if we have to have the gas line relocated, the gas company does not work on our schedule. They work on their own schedule. As much as we would like to say you're in my right of way, you need to move. They will move, they just may not move tomorrow. So even if those things work out, that can present a very much a logistical challenge for us, but we are investigating this further right now. Yeah, well, they don't have a say in that matter. They have the ability to be in our right of way, but they're there by essentially encroachment. Yeah, well, actually, the issue becomes, if we're cutting grade and we're now getting to a point where the gas line doesn't have adequate cover, they would have to lower it to meet their standards. If we add storm drainage in here, the storm drainage pipes may be in conflict with the existing gas line. Again, gas line has to move then. So that could be an issue at this intersection. But like I said, we're still kind of looking at that.
Is there a minimum width accepted for a turn lane? Is that 10 feet or is it, you said minimum width for a traveling lane?
So minimum width for a travel lane is 10 feet.
10 feet. And the same is true of a turn lane?
I don't know that actually.
Thing for us to know.
We can find that out. I can tell you, they did the turn lanes at the clubhouse. Those are all 11-foot lanes. So you have 11-foot travel, 11-foot
Right.
turn,
Right.
11-foot travel.
But I'm looking at whether or not.
Can you squeeze it all
Yeah,
in
can you
there
go
to
with
get
an
it?
8-foot path there coming up to the railroad tracks, as I called them earlier, up to the crosswalk. And then and then you're still working with 20,
The short answer is yes, those are the kinds of things we're
Well,
looking at to see
yeah,
if
you're
we
working
can
with
make this.
24, but I wonder if a turn lane can happen with less width than 10 or 11, or if you can drop your 11-inch down to 10 and pick up another couple feet. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, those are the kinds of things we have to work through
Okay.
to see,
Okay,
can we make this work?
I would be interested in what DOT says a turn lane width needs to be.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
So BJ, if you want to jump up, really the next talking point is going to be up at Steeplechase, which I think is on the next plan sheet. Yeah. So on the 60% plan, so this is Steeplechase and Belmont, so this is the last intersection before you get to Airport Road.
Where does it jump across the street?
Right here, this is where, if you go out there right now, the existing sidewalk crosses. Same location.
All right, thank you.
Actually, I should mention
Yeah,
this.
there, it's chicanes
There is
there.
another chicane right here. This is one that is highly recommended by the engineer. Does a couple things. Again, your traffic calming right at the location, and you do end up with a small little landing space there in the road if, unfortunately, some people do not stop when they're supposed to. You do have an area where you can stop and be out of the traffic lane. Going back up to Steeplechase. So this hatched area right through here, that is existing asphalt that under this plan was basically just going to go away because we've moved the trail to the other side of the road. Everything was a 2-lane cross section, so they show this as a 2-lane cross section. The question at hand right now is, well, if we have the asphalt there, can we just leave the turn lane? And from a space perspective, yes, we think we can make that work. The issue that the engineers have brought up to me is, there's been a lot of talk of a sight distance issue going back towards Airport Road. And what the 2-lane design does is it moves your stop block from back here to this bowl line. So now, instead of sitting back here looking down what is kind of vegetation in the fence line, you're actually looking down what is open right away. So that's kind of a trade-off we're evaluating. Is it better to have a turn lane here, or is it better to have more sight distance when you're at the intersection? So that's what we're looking at this intersection. Don't really have a final answer or recommendation at this point. But again, something that was discussed at the meeting with the small group and that we're still looking at.
Does the existing asphalt go all the way back to change the side of the road crosswalk? Can I go back and see where we cross,
Yes.
where we cross the road?
Yeah, so where we cross the road and we're basically following the existing sidewalk out there, that section through there is being skinnied up.
That
based on
section
what's
there is
shown
being what, I'm sorry?
Skinnied up.
Skinnied up, okay.
So, and that's what I'm saying. We're looking at, do we just retain this and continue to use it as a turn lane or not?
Turn lane to where?
Steeplechase and or Belmont, I guess, depending on how you look at it.
Oh, okay. It would, okay.
Yeah, it would be a turn lane for that
Yeah.
intersection.
I got you.
So educate me in regard to the disadvantage to using, and it may be a topography issue, but the disadvantage to using the area that already has asphalt as where the path continues.
So
Was that question clear? I kind of confused myself there.
The issue, the trade-off here,
Yeah,
if we maintain the existing roadway width,
right.
that means your stop line
The stop line is your concern.
is back here.
Okay,
So when you're looking left back towards Airport Road and you're trying to leave Steeplechase, there's vegetation, there's fence, there's trees right here.
right. Understand, okay.
That's an existing condition that I know Public Works has been out
Yeah.
there in the past, and there's been discussion of who should trim it, because we're going to do one thing, and obviously they go to the expense of maintaining a lot of landscaping and such out there. So this was really an initial effort by the engineer to address an existing site distance complaint.
Gotcha.
So leaving it as it is means it's no worse than it is today, but the site distance issue is still there.
Then would you need to still move the multimodal trail across the street at a later, at Steeplechase maybe? Is there a reason that we would need to, if we left it on the side where there's already existing asphalt? I'm just.
Oh, you're talking about, there might be some confusion as to what James
Right,
is
good.
saying.
Well, I am good at creating
The
confusion.
suggestion he's not making the suggestion that the trail would be over there. It's just
No.
the asphalt would be left to leave room for the turn lane.
I was making the suggestion that the trail be over there, but that may be I need to go drive back out there again. I know it pretty well, but yeah.
In this scenario.
In the matter of speaking, yes.
Show me what you're talking about.
So this would be where that stop bar is?
So what he's pulling up is the Google map that, right, okay, there we go. Let's do it not on your phone. Let's do it where everybody can see what you're doing.
So right there, that would be about your stop bar.
Right.
Yeah.
Which has an issue with the cars coming in from Airport Road. I
Which
understand.
if I understand then where I think you're asking, leaving the trail on that side all the way up to here
Right.
doesn't move that stop bar, and it now means you're also beyond just dealing with looking through or around the landscaping, you'd also have a trail
You'd
right
have
there
the,
also.
you'd have the
another,
congestion of the trail,
yeah,
And this is your view now.
Right.
right.
That's probably a bit of an exaggeration, but
It's a little bit further.
concept-wise, yes.
Okay, great.
So James, in your estimation, which would be best? The moving the stop line, I'm thinking the stop line, but I don't know, maybe the circle would be better. Which do you think would be best?
I don't have a good answer for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
To me, I think sight distance is going to be better for overall safety. But at the same time, I don't know that it's an extreme safety risk at the condition that's there now. And it's kind of hard to balance those two items.
It does worry me, and I think we're at the right intersection. It does worry me that a lot of kids travel from Pinecrest to Sandhills to take classes. And I can see them coming around that curve and just gunning it through there. That concerns me, which means you've got cars moving faster than they should be moving, inexperienced drivers, and a sightline issue, yeah. Okay, all right, I'm still with you, sorry, I'm just asking a lot of questions. This is the first time I've seen this, I'm assuming.
Will you pop back 1 second to the paddock? Is that the one sheet back?
Yeah, it was one sheet back. So, yep, there's paddock right there.
Okay. All right. That's fine. I'm fine.
Oh.
I just want to see.
What were you wondering about?
Go back to the,
What was your concern regarding paddock,
Well, the width of the road and
and whether or not there was a turn lane there?
Whether that was there. No, whether this same scenario existed.
Okay,
It doesn't.
okay.
so if you want to go all the way to the end. So here, you're making the turn. This is another thing we've talked about. I think most people agree coming around the backside here and avoiding this corner is good for the town, good for the community. So that's a change we're going to look at making. And then here, that's just the end there at the crosswalk that currently exists on Airport. I will point out all of the crosswalks that are on Airport, the main one on Knoll Road, and the one at Midland, which if you go one more page, BJ. Let's say we go back to the beginning after the end. This is the Midland Road cross-section. All these crosswalks will be high-vis with, I forget the technical term, but basically the flashing beacons will be at each one of those three main crossings. And then this right here, that is the trail that goes down towards Mid-South, down the side of BJ's neighborhood.
Hey, James, who makes the decision on where it changes the roads or where the chicanes go in? Is it traffic warranted, or is it DOT engineers, or is it us?
So the DOT engineers don't have much input, like, everything gets submitted to them for review.
Okay.
But they're not really involved in the decision-making process.
Okay.
So what we've been doing is we've said to our design engineer, here's our desire, what can we make work that falls within the standards? They come back with some recommendations, and then we discuss from there.
Okay.
With the chicanes, especially the chicanes, those are something that we can kind of pick and choose where we want.
Okay.
The engineers kind of came up with their recommendations, and it really was based on trying to create somewhat of an even spacing of the traffic calming measures, but it's definitely something up for discussion.
Okay.
So,
That's don't cut the trees down if you don't have to.
James, how wide are the, just so I can visualize, how wide are the plantings in the middle of Morganton Road separating the 2 and 2?
I don't know. I want to say that's probably 16 feet, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe not quite that much. It's at least one car length plus a few extra feet. So
It's a lane plus a few extra feet because you
yeah,
have a little.
where you got
Because you have the curve,
turnouts there.
yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
And in the process of doing what we're doing with engineers, do we at any point include a landscape engineer in what we're doing? Or do we go with concrete?
Yeah. So I don't really have a good plan sheet to show you for it, but yes, there's going to be Kimley Horn, who's our engineer. They have some landscape architects on staff.
Have they been involved up to this point?
They are working on some plans. We've had some preliminary discussions with them, but they haven't provided us anything to look at.
Okay,
The guidance that I've asked them to look towards is doing something that is low maintenance. It's kind of following along with what DOT is starting to move towards, the use of native grasses in those planted areas. Just because, again, they're very low maintenance. They don't grow very tall.
they're not
so you
tall,
don't-
right, so they don't create another site problem.
Correct.
But they
And-
do create green.
Correct. Yeah, and like I said, I think that works well because a lot of the golf course, the linings, the rough areas, they have some of those native
Right.
grasses in them too.
So it's be consistent with what's there culturally.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But again, that's coming from the non-landscape architect. If there's a desire to do something else there, we can talk about that.
Okay.
But
Relative to the existing landscaping out there, Mr. Carroll has been kind enough to send us all of the maps and things of existing irrigation systems because of the history of how this all evolved. There's quite a bit of stuff actually in the right-of-way, but to that extent, the POA out there, I'm going to say the POA, I know there's multiple POAs and then a master, but they actually take care of a lot of the landscaping and stuff
Oh,
along there. So
yeah.
by him sending us that, when we actually get to the detailed design plans, we can work around as much as possible and hopefully miss getting into anything.
Well, we can work around, but we can also honor that, I would think, in a way where we, if we need, I think if we need traffic calming, if we move forward and we need traffic calming pieces, it makes sense to honor the fact that irrigation is in place and that people are
Yeah.
willing to assist with that. I mean, I think that's,
Yeah.
I would like, if this was going to happen, I would like for this to be stunningly beautiful. So,
I
okay,
think that's what we all agreed to.
there we go.
Yeah.
Everyone is on board with stunningly beautiful.
I think that was the
Perfect.
plan, yes.
Yeah.
I think we need a design for the street before we can make it stunning, but yes. I'm not going to interrupt. Do you have more? I'm sorry.
you're good.
Do you have more?
No, I'm
Okay.
pretty much at the end.
Sorry, you may have said this, I think I was looking at something and missed it. So by moving that to the path to this current sidewalk, the airport side with the nice entrance and the divided lanes would stay largely status quo. Thank you.
So I mentioned it to Ann when I sat back down, just to clarify, we are not voting on this. This is engineers 50%? 60? All right. But we do need to vote on a change of the budget.
Never
Right.
got all the way down the
No, I know. So Deborah, after seeing this, are you still okay with updated project being your choice?
Yeah.
Okay. Bill, do you have a preference?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, it's amazing to me that they have gotten the design to where the front entrances aren't going to change. I was worried about that. I still can't figure out how, with all the improvements, with everything you showed us, by doing the extra improvements, we're paying less. It blows my mind, but it's favorable to the
Like, could we
town.
just keep revising it till it was 0?
Well,
Okay, so you're
we
good
could
with
petition the DOT to take Knoll Road, but
seeing what they did to US 1. We don't want to do that.
I would be very interested in a brief break before we vote on moving forward.
I don't like to pause in the middle of agenda items.
But I do think we have a lot of folks here from the community, and I do think that, I do think this is the first time we're all seeing this, and I do think there's a lot to chew on and a lot to think about.
But we're not voting on this.
I understand that.
I will, just for clarification purposes, there's two motions, votes to be taken if you so desire. One is the acceptance of the supplemental agreement, allowing the mayor to sign that. Then the second are the budget amendments that
Right.
follow through with that. So, and that's why that's why the budget amendments are listed as the next item on the agenda, so.
So you're, okay. You're unwilling to take a stance on the budget.
Well, I'm not unwilling, but I would prefer to have a 15-minute break.
I'm not going to, I'm going to continue through and get to the next agenda item before we pause. I don't like to pause in the middle of agenda items. It is a work session. We're here to get work done. We're going to get work done. Do you want to stop the project?
I really would like a 15-minute break.
Okay.
That's my stance right now, yeah.
Okay.
So I'm with Deborah on, I think we're trying to get through to where we are on options 1, 2, or 3. And 3, I think, or 2, whichever one the supplemental is.
You want to save money?
I mean, I'm ready all day, every day, and better product.
Well, I had original scope was the
feel the
A.
same way? Yeah.
Let me say this publicly. Yeah, I'm all about saving money, but I'm all about hearing from folks who, this has just been explained to us. It's also just been explained to our constituents. There's been a lot of response, a lot of emails. I would love for people to have a chance to be able to talk to all of us before we take a vote. I think it's just really important to hear from the public.
Right. Yeah, right. I get that. And withstanding that, I feel like the saving money part is and improving the project is good. Withstanding not knowing what,
That's what you're
notwithstanding.
going for, right there.
That's right.
Yeah.
I realize I know this is work session, and I know I'm a new council person. I thought the public doesn't necessarily participate in this, but I know you, Ann, and I know you know the particular people who live in that area and their concerns. Is there a particular thing that you can think of that would be a concern that they would say, oh, we don't want this
I am
because?
so happy that you asked that question because no, there's not. But I would, if I had a chance to speak with people, there might be something I wanted to raise before I voted. So thank you for that acknowledgement. I appreciate that.
Well, your vote is already outweighed. We have a 4 to no vote. I will allow you to make a statement after we come back from break. How's that? Should you like to make a statement, there will be time, but it appears that so far everyone is okay with a better project and cheaper, except for you.
No, I haven't said that.
No, because you haven't said anything.
Right.
Okay. Mac, what is the call on no vote?
No, I haven't refused to vote. I mean, we haven't voted. Nobody's called for a vote.
All right, so before we pause for a break, is there a motion? I will make a motion to approve the updated project in the supplemental agreement, updating the budget.
I second that motion, Mayor.
All those in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, if you would like to make a statement when we return,
We have
will
one more
return.
vote.
I think I put 2 in the, Reagan, is that okay?
Because there is a budget in the supplemental agreement, just for clarity purposes, I would prefer a separate vote on the budget, if I may request.
That's fine. I will also make a motion that we update the budget as presented by staff.
Second.
All those in favor vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, we will take it's 4:59, let's come back at 5:10. It's a 10-minute break.
Thank you. James, thank you for your patience. That was good. That was helpful. Thank you.
That was a good run.
James, when are you taking me out there to I'm sorry, I did not mean to. Go ahead. I wanted you to take me down to the water. I mean, not like.
My candy.
Oh, kitchen. Let's go park and be in you, James.
You just leave and ask me, they tell me, you can't leave, no tell me what's going on.
I would have told you if you would Hey, I was flying to Vegas the next morning. So yeah. I'm not
You could've
again. I had
put
to
me
go
in
to
a
a trade
line.
show. I'm going back to Vegas next time. I'm just flying into Vegas with my in-laws, my wife, my kids, and they're driving around Zion and National Park and
All right, in my usual fashion, I've extended the break a few minutes, but we are coming back to order. It is 5:14. Before we move on to the next agenda item, and I told you if you'd like to make a comment, I would provide opportunity. Okay. All right, moving on to action items. We are going to rearrange. Just let me know which ones.
You've still got your planning board appointments. What I was asking and what I'd like to ask of council is that when we get to the updates and discussion, I'd like to do the water discussion ahead of the public communications update. Mr. Mickles got to leave a little bit before 6 o'clock, and I just want to make sure that he's potentially present for the water discussion.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, so G, is this the budget amendment ordinance that you needed? Or is there another budget more? Is there something else for G or?
No, you have adopted the budget ordinances, and you're onto the H, the planning board appointments.
Okay. Planning board appointments, we have several good applicants, which is always exciting to see. Do you all have input?
I thought we had two slots. You said one earlier?
So you've got 2 slots currently available. However, one of them is an ETJ appointment, and you
Okay,
don't
so it's
have
not
any
2 and
current ETJ applicants. So you've got one available for appointment this afternoon.
I'm talking to someone in our ETJ who may be interested.
I also had a discussion today with someone who may be interested and is currently in the ETJ and actually has previously served on the planning board and has also served on the school board. It's John Weaver, who is also building a home and will not be ETJ for long, so it may make sense to stick a finger in the dike for a while. He would be he would come with a lot of historical expertise. But
Do you know how long he's going to be ETJ?
he says he'd be at least until next fall.
Okay.
So I thought that might give us some time to really, I know you're doing a lot of work with the ETJ just generally and the legislature's confusion about how that's going to maybe be handled, but I think he would be a level head and would help get us to a place where we understood more what the legislature was going to do and if we needed specifically a representative from horse country, which I think may become pretty imperative if the ETJ legislative concerns move forward. So if you are interested in him putting forth an application, I think he'd be willing to do so with the understanding that he would basically be available and could shift to a non-ETJ member, but there might not be a place for him to do that. But he's a great public servant. He's a level head. He's an engineer. He's a lot of things that I think would serve the board well. So
We have 3 applications here, right?
3, and there was a 4th in the Dropbox. It was a year old.
Okay.
There.
Oh, that's,
Marianne, does that sound
still
right?
there?
I don't know. I just saw it in there and didn't see it on today's agenda.
I think,
Yeah, no, that's okay. They do usually expire after a year. If we had not gotten other ones, that would have been one that we would reach out to her.
right.
I believe we'd have all 3 people coming to meetings, whether it's council meetings or planning board meetings.
I
showing
believe that's the
interest.
case. I think Director Grieve had said a couple of the representatives were at the planning board meeting, non-meeting last week, so.
The meeting, non-meeting. Andrew Speck and Jeremy Haskell were both at the last planning board meeting, non-meeting.
Andrew reached out to me at a More 100 event and expressed interest a couple months ago.
I saw him.
Yeah, I think that was,
Yeah.
I think you were there. There's also a chance that we have, I'm have a meeting with one of our other planning board members tomorrow who has not been active, and so there's a chance that another position opens up in the near future.
So do we gonna, is anyone interview these folks, or are we just gonna make a decision based on these data sheets?
I think we just, yeah.
Because I kind of like,
I know you said, and You said those come to meetings. I think Michael, you're here and has come to some meetings as well.
Oh, yes, I met you at the last meeting.
I thought you asked a question. I don't know if it was answered. I guess we're not doing any interviews, am I right? We're just,
Well, that's entirely up to the council.
Interviews before the next meeting, if that's possible. I mean, I think it looks like these people all bring a unique perspective and gift, and I think it would be nice to chat with them. And also,
Individually, or?
wow,
we can
we're about
interview
to,
one right
we're
here.
about to revisit, yeah, we're about to revisit a bit of a quagmire there.
Right. Do you have a quorum now?
We have a quorum, but only if everyone attends. Yeah.
The seat that is, and correct me if I'm incorrect, if I'm wrong on this, but is it Diane's seat that would be, if they were to make an appointment this afternoon, hypothetically, it would be for Diane's seat, and Diane has continued to serve awaiting.
She'll continue to serve. Okay.
Yes, but Diane has indicated she can attend, her term is over, she is continuing to participate. She can go through February, but she will not be available for March and possibly the months afterwards because she has commitments coming up.
Okay.
And then Andy Bledgy is no longer able to participate. He's dealing with his issues that led to his resignation.
Actually, is Diane the ETJ rep?
No.
That's right, she was at one time.
Andy is the
Yeah.
ETJ rep.
Andy is.
So
that's
then
right.
we're down with that puts us at 5 members whose status is not in question. And then it comes down to their availability. So yes,
Right.
we do get into quorum issues each month.
Yeah.
I would like to make a decision tonight. I mean, I feel like we start
Okay.
going through interviews, it's going to be a long project or this could push this out for more than a month, and then it's going to be a quorum issue again in February. And I think the planning board needs to start getting work done.
I mean, fortunately, all 3 of these look very qualified and interested. I do not know Jeremy or Andrew. I've met Michael just at some various meetings of ours and at Rotary, but don't know the other 2. I have not met them at all. So I think some of y'all may know them. You said you've talked to them. It's a good problem to have. There's been some
It is
times
a
where
good
there's been
problem to
no
have.
applicants, so I'm excited that we're actually faced with this.
yeah, it is good. Mayor, you said that there was another applicant that,
So
so
yes.
we don't have, in other words, there's another application that we don't at present have.
Yes, but it's from a year old. She applied a year ago. And so
Gotcha.
if we wanted to, we could reach out to her and see if she's still interested, but they usually expire after a year. I'd say with the 3 we have in front of us, plus hopefully 2 additional ETJ applications coming soon. It would be nice to get at least one of them placed now. And then if we have another in-town space open up, plus the ETJ spot, we've got a lot of appointments coming up.
Do we have any current military-connected or past former service members that are on the planning board?
Good. I'm familiar that Rick is.
Yep. Rick Herrera.
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
And I understand that, I guess it's only Mr. Skolnick that's here, that's an
Excuse me.
applicant.
In order to make sure I don't overlook this, I apologize. I believe
Okay.
Monica Harvey is actually former military as well.
She is, actually.
Yes.
Thank you.
I didn't want to
Thank you for
overlook
remembering
that.
that. Yep. Has Monica had her baby?
Yes.
Good. I'll reach out to her.
Is there anybody else here today other than Mr. Skolnick that's applying?
No, but I think the other 2 gentlemen went to last week's planning board meeting. My thought is that losing Andy Bledgy, who has, the perspective of somebody who's been on that side, the development side of things, that Andy Speck would be a good replacement because it gives us someone who can see both sides of projects. I don't think that there's, yeah, and I don't think there's a conflict.
I mean, Andy's done. He's definitely off already.
Already off.
Okay.
I can just throw a motion out there. We'll see where it goes.
I think that's fine.
I mean, I'm fine with.
So y'all know, I mean, you've talked to him.
I've talked to him. He's reached out. He reached out to me to tell me he was interested. He followed up with me. He expressed wanting to go to the planning board before making a final decision on if he was interested or not, make sure he knew what the commitment was.
We're
Yeah.
making a decision for all three?
No, just one.
Just for
Yeah.
one
Just one,
of
and
the
then
people that's here.
we definitely have another ETJ, and we may have another regular position opening up.
Yeah.
If I could, Mayor, and I always respectfully agree with whatever is best for the meeting. Since Mrs. Skolnick is here, if maybe if I could just ask or just.
I'm fine with that.
Is that all right, Mr. Skolnick? Would you mind? I guess you can come and sit down at the table over there next to our engineer.
Well, that way, if anyone's on YouTube, they can hear your answers. Just make sure that microphone is on.
First of all, thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you. It's a pleasure living here. We just moved here. I retired here, and I just absolutely love it. It's great. I've been involved with city planning and growth over in New Mexico for the last 20 years, and I've been Rotarian for 27 years. That's how I got to meet Reagan and Counselor, and so it's I'm just looking forward to jumping in and getting involved. I can't stay idle. I was a real estate broker for 47 years and developer, so it's like I just can't stop doing stuff. So
Fabulous. I think it's good to get involved.
yeah.
We are a growing community, and we have a wonderful planning department that's just.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. We do. We really do. And our planning director is. He's compassionate. He's caring. He's highly intelligent. Always willing to think out of the box.
Good.
Because we have a unique town here in Southern Pines.
Yes, you do.
And I just, I guess if I were to ask a question, do you think that there is anything in your long and successful career in various things that you've done that would inhibit you from being open to new ideas?
Oh, absolutely not. Oh, no. My resume is much further longer than what I filled out
Oh, certainly, I know.
for you guys. I've been all facets of the whole real estate industry from 1978 on. And yes, always open to new things, always open to learning. A lot of people don't realize when you are, at least in New Mexico, and I'm sure it's all over the country, you must continue your education constantly. I had to put in 42 hours every 3 years to get a license renewal. And so do the math on that one over 47 years. It's a lot of classroom. I'm also a I'm a veteran. I served in the Air Force back in the Vietnam era.
Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Yeah. And just really excited about being here. Reagan can tell you I'm not bashful or shy, right? So, well, what's your question? Anything else? Yeah.
I was a little bit curious about the work that you said you worked with a planning division or something like that.
Well, I didn't work for government. No, I work with developers. There's a city outside of Albuquerque called Rio Rancho, which is now the third largest city, soon to become the second largest city. Very, 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 very pro-growth, but very pro-growth in the fact of how they plan it out. All this hearing about drainage and stuff. Oh, drainage in New Mexico. You think we don't get any rain, and we don't. We get 9 inches of rain a year, but boy, when it comes, whoo, it comes. So yeah, the drainage is important. I mean, everything's just important. Landscaping, very, very important. We require on commercial projects, we require 10, 12% of the entire land mass that must be landscaped with trees. And, and now in New Mexico, we don't use a lot of grass because water is a commodity and we don't get a lot of rain. So we do have a lot of, a lot of succulent plants that are used, and a lot of rocks and stuff. And that's what I love about where I live now. It's just all trees and grass, and it's
Very green.
in our home that we bought. It's just wonderful. So
Was it a diverse community of people?
oh yes, very much so.
Okay.
Yeah, very, very much so. Well, New Mexico primarily, is tremendous Hispanic population. But yes, all over the country. Everywhere you go, like here, we had a very, very strong Asian population, German population. It's just of all kinds. Yeah, it's kind of a melting pot. New Mexico, not too many natives. A lot of people transplants and stuff. So, yeah.
I think my only hesitation is, and that this is terrible, because I feel like we face this when we're running for council too, but just length of tenure being in town.
I don't disagree with you. I absolutely.
But I do love that you want to get involved, and I feel like you have qualities that would be very beneficial to the town. And so if it is not tonight that you're selected, I hope that you will stay interested in planning
Absolutely.
board or another position.
Oh no,
I think
it's my new home.
Good.
I lived in New Mexico 51 years. I don't move a lot.
Yeah.
So.
Do you all have any other questions? No, thank you for coming to the meetings.
Thank you,
We
Council.
appreciate seeing you.
Appreciate it. Madam Mayor, thank you.
All right, is there any motion or any discussion that you guys would like to have?
Mayor and council, maybe it's my regular profession that causes me to do things the way I do, but I look into the eyes of folks, and sometimes I just get a certain feeling. I don't want to say feeling, that sounds kind of shallow and weak, but I was once a new person in this town, and I was very committed to being here. And I do feel that Mr. Skolnick is genuine in his desire to be on board with the planning board and to really be a part of making some great decisions. So I will make a motion that we select Mr. Michael Skolnick for the position in the planning commission.
Is there a second?
I think all these are great. But I'll second Deborah's motion.
All those in favor vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I agree. We have great applicants. Let's make sure, I'll follow up tomorrow, that phone call. And if you follow up with,
Yeah, I will.
yes.
I guess just tentatively looking forward, if you confirm that we need to fill another, and
Let's try to do it.
by our next
Yeah.
business meeting in February, maybe if we got two great applicants again, we can be ready to get the other one filled to keep that quorum.
I think you were, yes.
One preemptory, we have a vacation that we planned a year ago,
That's okay.
that I'll be gone from the 7th to the 25th.
All right.
Okay.
But other than that,
BJ, is that,
The 23rd of December.
is that over the planning board meeting?
Does that cover that February meeting?
Congratulations.
thank you. No, thank you so much. I'm excited and looking forward to working with everybody.
Thank you.
So Diane, could you just do that last one maybe?
Is she okay to do that last one?
she can do
Okay.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, perfect. All right, very good.
Just-
It made me feel good when you said that she would be willing to stay.
Okay.
Could I please ask then that the motion that it was just adopted be clarified to make March 1 the appointment, because Diane, while she can attend February, I think you just filled her seat.
Yes.
So let's
Okay.
let's just make sure we dot our i's and cross our t's on that.
Deborah, will you amend, you want to amend your motion? Okay.
Did you say the meeting's the 20th, BJ?
20th, February 20th.
You can make it February 21st.
Okay. Okay, so then I make a motion that Mr. Michael Skolnick will begin his tenure on the Planning Commission beginning February 21st.
Second.
All in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Welcome to the planning board. Soon.
Our office will be reaching out to you.
Okay.
You have my contact, absolutely. Okay, guys. Yeah, we got the landscapers at the house, we got a big leak coming off the roof somewhere underground.
Go take care of
Cleaning
that.
up the yard right now, finding out what the heck's going on.
Yep.
We got a flood right in the middle of our yard in front. You can walk in there sloshing around and it's, you know, it's. You're saying you miss the desert, Lisa. Yeah.
Okay, so I know Mr. Speck, so I will reach out to him. Or do any of you know Mr. Haskell? I mean, I can reach out to both of them. I can do that. I can just go on both. It's fine. I've got to make the calls tomorrow. Anyway. Okay. All right, now moving on. Yes, now James, you're up. We're gonna move on to the water discussion. Is that what we're moving around?
We are.
Perfect. And then we will go to the public communication update after that.
James is here in a support capacity and for technical questions and such. But if we could move to the slide show on the water, BJ. So first and foremost, as I stated in my opening comments, I had sent you all back in December a copy of the Moore County Water Study that included discussion of Southern Pines and options of working with Southern Pines, along with looking at some other potential places to build plants around Moore County.
Is that the same presentation LKC put together for the commissioners last December, like December 22?
Same presentation or same, I think what I sent to you was the actual study.
Is it the same study?
Yes, it's it's the study that the presentation would have been based upon.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Sorry about that. I had
No,
to-
that's okay. I used the wrong word.
So what we're here to discuss this afternoon is simply, I had mentioned back in December that Mac and I were working on a term sheet for Mac to get turned over to the county attorney, Misty Leland, for purposes of discussion with both our council, obviously, and the county commission, discussing. The term sheet is basically an outline of the factors that would be worked into a much larger, in-depth intergovernmental agreement to basically advance some of the things I'm about to talk about. And most all of this comes from the study that I sent back to you in December. This just puts a little bit more meat on the bone, and then the intergovernmental agreement will go the next step. So I thought the easiest way to go through this, first of all, I will pass out.
James, you need to leave in like less than 10 minutes, right? Is there anything that you would like to
I've literally
say at
got
least?
a 3-slide presentation, but if there's anything you'd like to say, yeah.
I don't really have anything specific. Like I
Okay.
said, if there's questions that come up, I'm just here to answer.
Okay. I'm sorry that we're keeping you.
This is the term sheet, okay. This is also in the packet, isn't it?
It is not, and this
Okay.
is very much hot off the presses. I did send you all an email with an electronic copy that you now have,
That's
but
what I
it
saw.
was like at 2:30 because
I got
we
it.
were literally meeting on this morning, trying to clean some stuff up. In addition, when Mac got this wrapped up, we have also sent copy of it to the county attorney and county manager, just letting them know, hey, this is an agenda item this afternoon, and I might be writing about it, et cetera. So this is subject to be adjusted by any conversation this evening. In addition, they haven't discussed this language yet because it's hot off the presses, and they may come back, and this may be a little bit of a back and forth, but wanted to at least bring you up to speed on where things are going. So the purpose of this is to provide a basic outline for the attorneys then to hammer out the larger deal. And as I think I said back in December, this is not an overnight process whatsoever. So let me go through in 3 slides to try to just streamline this a little bit, what this language is intended to get to. If you could go to the next one, BJ. So let's talk a little bit about our current operations and the realities of the plant. All of you have had an opportunity to go down to the water plant in Pine Bluff, get the tour, David McHugh's details on sort of the operations there. We currently have an intake in Drowning Creek. You did not go visit the intake, but we do have one, the straw in the creek that depending upon what Drowning Creek is flowing at, we are allowed to pull up to 8 million gallons a day, or if it is above 80 CFS, we can go up to 14 million gallons a day. So that is what the state says we can withdraw from Drowning Creek currently in our current location. Our treatment plant itself is permitted to generate 8 million gallons a day. Now, a lot of the infrastructure that is on the ground is actually rated now to go up to 11 million gallons a day. So they were 4 million gallon a day trains. If you remember that thing we stood on top of when David spoke, a 4 and a 4, but its capacity or ability is actually 5.5. So that's a key part of all of this. But we're currently permitted at 8 million gallons a day. We've got storage capacity for raw water. So not the tanks in the air, that's the treated water after we've run it through the plant. But for raw water that we've pulled out of the creek, the original reservoir right there near the plant is 20 million gallons. And then we have another 140 million gallon reservoir that was built back in the late 2000s, early 2010s, after we went through drought proceedings early on in the 2000s. We currently, on average, do 3.5 million gallons a day. So permitted at 8, capable of 11. We're currently at 3.5. And our peak production, so think of the hottest day in July and everybody has their sprinkler on and all of our bulk customers are pulling, is at 6 million gallons a day. Or 6 million gallons for that one day. That's how peak is done. As part of that 3.5 million gallons, in addition to providing water for our customers here in Southern Pines, we also have contracts with Moore County. They can purchase up to 1 million gallons a day. Carolina Water, who can purchase up to 600,000 gallons a day. Camp McCall, who can purchase 54,000 gallons a day. And then we've got a small community in Pine Bluff that we provide water to around a golf course community there that 25,000 million gallons a day. So these are existing contracts. It doesn't mean they're pulling that each and every day, but they could theoretically and technically by contract. And that's all inclusive of that 3.5 million gallon average. So this is how we are today. If we do nothing with Moore County, this is where we stand, and we've got that much additional capacity to sell elsewhere if we so choose, or as we grow here locally. That's where we are. If we go to the next slide, BJ. Well, let me ask if there's any questions about this before I get ahead.
I have a question.
Sure.
On the intake limit, is there value on, so our treatment is 8 million gallons per day? Which is what obviously what our intake limit would be at the most, I guess, if that's what we can treat. But we're permitted to have an intake of 14 million gallons. Well,
we're permitted to pull 14 million gallons from the creek as long as it's flowing at that. The only times it has not flown at that are summer months during droughts. It might be for like a 30-day period or something.
Do we take more than 8 million gallons a day?
No.
No. No. And the reason we would, while we're only doing 3.5, would be if for some reason we were draining the reservoir significantly for some sort of maintenance purpose and we wanted to make sure we get it filled up and topped off.
Okay, I misunderstood those data points at the bottom. Million gallons annual average and peak is intake, not use.
Those are production at the plant.
Okay.
The annual average and the peak are not the intake. That's actual treated water
I got you.
coming out of the plant.
Okay.
The number at raw water would be slightly more than that because there's some loss that goes through the treatment process.
Okay.
But about the same.
So if you had an intake limit of 8 million gallons a day, is there value in being if you had to move from 8 million gallons to 14 million gallons, what does that process look like? Is it just paperwork, or is it, like, let's just say you currently.
We're
your permit-
capable of pulling 14 million gallons today.
But what if we weren't? If we were only our intake limit, who sets
We
that
can only
intake
treat
limit?
11, though.
So the state of North Carolina is going to set how much you can pull from the creek, and that's a key point in something we'll get to here shortly.
Okay, so that's just a matter of flow then, not a matter of.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
All right.
We're at 8, permitted 8, rated 11.
yes.
So there's more than just paperwork if we want to go over 8. No, if we go over
Yes,
11.
but
Okay.
if we could go to the next slide, PJ.
Okay.
Because I think this will answer some of your questions or maybe create some additional. So
The contracts with these 4 groups that were in contract with the Moore County and the Pine Bluff and what were the dates on those, and were those approved by the town council?
those were all approved by the town council, and I don't have off the top of my head.
They're
but-
all over the place. Moore County was just recently updated last year. Yeah, Pine Bluff, I think that one was originally created in 2019.
Camp McCall, I think, has been within the last 3 years just because of the way the military.
Yeah, and Camp McCall will actually come up this year. It actually expires at the end of this year. And then Whispering Pines, I think they last were updated in 2020.
So is Whispering Pines the same as Moore
Or,
County?
Carolina Water.
Carolina Water, so that's Whispering Pines.
Okay.
They're all very current. They're, like you said, Camp McCall, I think, expires at the end of this year, but when you contract with a military installation, it's for a short period of time because it goes through their entire procurement process, et cetera.
And what income is derived from those contracts?
Our total bulk water sales are somewhere between $800,000 and $1 million a year.
And that will vary annually depending upon how much they purchase. We do now have, I believe, every one of those contracts updated to a rate that is the equivalent of the in-town rate per 1,000 for customers on our system.
Yes, 3 are, and I think Camp McCall actually pays a slightly
Camp
higher.
McCall actually pays a little bit more, and they,
Yeah.
yeah.
So everybody pays at least the standard rate that a resident pays.
Okay.
So phase 1, were we to enter into this agreement, actually has 2 things going on. The first one involves that 8 million gallons to 11 million gallons. So we are capable of doing that through the treatment process. There is infrastructure that would need to be done at the plant if we were going to do 11 million gallons a day on a regular basis. Sludge handling is one of the key elements of that. You remember the drying beds that are down there, we would want to be looking at an expansion of that process and probably a mechanization of it. But as far as those 2 trains I talked about, they are capable of 11. What we would be looking for Moore County to do are any upgrades and the paperwork with the state to get our rating, to get our permit from 8 million gallons to 11. Because again, the treatment capability is there. So that in and of itself, just getting the state to say, fine, you're an 11 million gallon a day plant instead of 8 million gallon, would in exchange then allow the county 1 million gallon a day contract to go to 2 million gallons a day. So step 1. Simultaneously, and again, if you go back to the LKC report, you'll see discussion of this. We would be looking to Moore County to locate, design, permit, and construct a new intake. And I say Moore County, but it could be Moore County will be paying us to take care of this. That's all part of down the road negotiation. But downstream, specifically, if you look at that report, it talks about Q-Wiffle Creek, the confluence of Q-Wiffle Creek and Drowning Creek. And the purpose for that is it's a deeper, higher flow portion of Drowning Creek. Presumably, the state would allow for a greater the simplistic way to say it is a larger straw in the river, but a greater outtake from Drowning Creek because you're at a much higher flow there. So therefore, the impact of taking more water is not what it would be back where our current intake is. What we would be asking for and looking for there is an intake that ultimately would allow for, at minimum, 17 million gallons a day at the plant. Now, if you're saying, why are you offering a caveat in there, is what we don't know as part of the permitting process is what the state's approach to our current intake might very well be. So the 17 million gallons a day might represent 8 million at our current intake plus another 9 downstream, or they might say, in order to get this larger intake down here, we really like the resiliency this offers to the creek. You're going to pull the 8 million gallon, or you're only going to operate it on an emergency basis, or I mean, any number of things are possible, in which case it's important that that new intake offer at minimum 17 million gallons a day. And I'll get to why that is important. But the language you'll find here talks about that ultimately 17 million gallons a day must be the minimum. Otherwise, pursuing this intake doesn't have nearly the value to the county. It would still, I would argue, have some value to us, but not as much. At the point at which that intake is in place, providing water to the reservoir, and making that portion of Drowning Creek available, the county contract would expand from 2 million gallons a day to 3 million. So now we've gone from a scenario of town has 8 to town has 11. County has gone from 1 to 3. The additional benefit of all of this to the town is with that intake located in a deeper part of the river with more flow is just greater resiliency. The impact of a drought on our operations would be far less than where we're currently located in the creek.
Is the 17 million gallons a day available for treatment, that is a current intake and new intake, or is that just new intake?
Depending on how the state approaches the existing intake, it might have to be the new intake. It'd be great if it was in a lot of ways.
Right.
But if
So it could be 25 million gallons.
if you went ahead and did 17,
Yeah, okay.
the only thing we're requiring at a bare minimum is that there's going to be 17 available from one or both sources.
Okay,
But-
that's what's my question.
Yeah. So again, here at this point now, new intake, more resiliency, 3 million gallons a day to the county. Phase 2 then. We won't tell any stories or get anything wrong, James. Okay. If you could go to phase 2, BJ. And again, this is not something that gets kicked off within 6 months, but the ultimate goal and why 17 million gallons a day is necessary is the county is seeking 6 million gallons a day. That is what their water study is after. So in order to get to 6 million gallons a day and still ensure the town has 11 million gallons a day available, which is where we're at, that's 17, 11 plus 6. The other part of this is once that intake is in place, we will have greater knowledge of what those state limitations are. I mean, what you want to do is whatever the state will permit you, you'd like to be able to
Maximize.
exactly. Because this is not an easy or overnight process to get these sorts of things. So it could very well be what the county has said is 6 million gallons a day. If that's all that is necessary in the town at that point in time, based upon what we know at that point in the time and future growth projections say, okay, that's great. We're going to be perfectly happy with 11 to serve our bulk customers and continue to serve our customers in growth. County goes, they put 6 million gallons a day worth of new treatment train on site and the necessary upgrades. We're at that point at 17 million gallons a day. The county goes to 6. We've got 11. We rework all of the rates to deal with that. The opening here is that if in fact that intake proves to be at a wonderful spot and there's a lot more water available and a town council says, you know what, And these things tend to be expanded in 3 million gallon increments. So if the town said, you know, it'd be kind of nice while we're doing all this, let's oversize it. We've got the permit for the intake. And instead of doing a 6 million gallon a day expansion, let's do 9 million gallons or 12 million gallons. Obviously, the town would have to have some participation financially at that point also. But that is subject to a future intergovernmental agreement and a town council and whatever the realities are after we know about the intake and we know what may be needed. Yes, sir.
Say that about the participation part, the sentence right before the participation part.
Is interested in is 6 million gallons a day. We are asking that they pay to get to their 6 million gallons a day.
Over 11.
If the county, or if the town, at the point at which that expansion and those new trains are being built, decides, you know, while we're at it, since we got a great intake down here and the county has said we can pull or the state has said we can pull the water, it'd be kind of nice if we set up another 3 million gallons a day for the town use.
Right.
So
Over 11, it's like 14? Because we will still have,
would be 20. Because you're adding 6 to 17.
yeah,
Well, just for this town.
so just for the town.
So just
we
for
would
the town,
already-
over
at that
11,
point
you'd
have
be at
11.
14.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Our numbers, just, I mean, we just spent a bunch of money running that new pipe up Poplar Street.
Yeah.
Would it be able to accommodate these big numbers, or would we have to replace it again?
That is all subject to a lot of factors. And when I say that, right now, the county is purchasing water from us at a couple of very specific locations. Depending on where they are having to wheel this 6 million gallons in the future, it's likely to involve, for instance, the 1 million gallon a day, as I recall, and James just walked out, but I think we confirmed this. As I recall, that 1 million gallons a day was in part based upon the limitations they have at the meter that they're flowing water to Pinehurst. So if all of the future county capacity is going to flow to Pinehurst, then at the very least, they're going to have to do upgrades at that meter. Now, if instead the county needs to get water to a system in Seven Lakes or something, I don't know. They may have to take care of building some of their own transmission line and distribution system. So those, obviously, we have in our capital plans to increase that, because you'll recall even on Poplar Street, we increased that section, and long-term plans are to make sure that we continue that all the way to the plant. So we're already kind of setting up for, I think, what you're asking about. But at what point it becomes necessary or at what specific amount of gallons, I don't have that cutoff, and it would be hard to give it because depending on where the water is going, it may make sense to bring it up that transmission line, and it may make sense to run another transmission line in a separate direction from the plant. Those are a big part of a lot of the county planning that's going on and how they wish to grow and develop.
That would be,
Couple-
at the expense of the county, though, if that was
Yes.
done.
Well,
Yeah, that's not anything that you're
if
concerned
you're talking about going off in another direction or something, yes. Now, again, in our own capital plan, whether we do anything with the county or not, we know that long-term, we have plans to upgrade that transmission line, and we already did a portion of it through Aberdeen up Poplar Street, but we still have to go from basically the entry to downtown Aberdeen all the way back to the plant.
Right, but I think, and maybe I misread it, but it seems like Bill's question was that done in vain? Are we going to have to replace everything we just did?
No.
So
No.
that is at the capacity that you need, regardless of what happens here.
I will say that it was not done in vain if for some reason through that portion, and I don't foresee this at all, if for some reason through that portion we needed additional capacity, you wouldn't go tear up what was just done. You'd simply run some additional transmission. That was not done in vain whatsoever.
So that was done to move the water line, and the water line that was existing was upsized when that water line was
moved.
what to add future additional capacity or needs.
Exactly. So this is the general outline of the project. It's permit an additional 3. It's build an intake to provide greater resiliency for the town and all of its customers. And then ultimately, it's this plant expansion. The other thing that you'll read in this, and I think it's section 7, is we are asking for a non-compete clause. So we don't want the county coming back in and negotiating a lower price with one of our bulk customers based upon water that's being, and it seems crazy, and it clearly isn't a terrible thing to ask, but if you don't get it in writing, you don't protect yourself. The other thing that we are wanting to really advance, we do a lot of discussion around ETJ and such, and ETJ may disappear and all these various things. There are sections of our ETJ that we know will probably never annex. And the reason I say they will probably never annex is because they've already got county utilities. There are other sections of the ETJ that, rather than opening up the county and the town to a developer or individual trying to play us off one another and get an extension or something, our suggestion is if it's in our ETJ and it's one of those areas that's unserved, the town should have the right to serve it. The county should not go in and serve it. So that will involve creating a map for the eventual agreement that says thou shalt not pass in here. And there's other areas where they absolutely should pass because they're already there. And it will probably, in all likelihood, in the end, contain some language that says the town could say, you know what, we know we said you couldn't come here, but we really don't have a reason to want to serve this, and go ahead, county, and extend it. So it's almost like a right of first refusal or something, but just basically a non-compete clause type of language.
I've got a couple questions.
Yes.
All right, so let's just say, for the sake of getting into a long conversation, which we love to do, let's say that we don't partner with the county.
Yep.
They need water, and so we decide, well, we'll just sell it to Pinehurst instead of the county selling to Pinehurst.
Doesn't work because
They're
under the current scenario, Pinehurst has no distribution pipes to.
Okay.
They don't have a utility to sell to.
Okay. All right. You already answered the sales to neighbors, and then who makes the rate decisions?
Ultimately, council sets the rates. So the rates with the county will have to be an approved thing, and then all of the rates, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That's all. Oh, no, there's one more. Does the county have a timeline on when they expect to need the 6 million gallons a day? Or when they hope to get it, have access to it?
This is where I do wish James was still here. If I recall correctly, the LKC water study was for a 50-year period.
Okay.
So the 6 million was like, that's what's going to be necessary in 50 years. But that doesn't mean it happens in year 50. It's just that at 50 years, they better have another 6 million gallons accounted for, so. Yes, sir.
But didn't they have a pretty short window on when they need the one?
Yes, that is, yes.
So from a big picture view, I mean, I always feel like with this, if it can be a win-win, it's good. I mean, that's where I'm trusting James. I don't want us as Southern Ponds to sacrifice any current or future capacities and needs. But if it can sort of help us get more capacity in the future, we're not at risk of losing something, and help the county, then, you know, it sounds like it would be worthwhile. That's where I'm trusting James in the analysis of the engineers and looking at, we're in no way doing anything down the road where we're like, man, now we can't serve our town limit with water.
Your goals mirror mine, and the most exciting part of this to me personally, having lived through 2007 and 2004, and I wasn't here for the really big one in 2002, is the idea of the resiliency. If you go down to our intake, you'd look at it and go, you're able to pull how many million gallons a day out of that? You'd do that in the middle of July. You go down there right now, it's flowing fantastic. But being able to move this downstream and put it in a more resilient part of the creek is a real plus to all of our customers and to the operation in general. So that's, yes, we're looking for win-win scenarios here without question.
This is probably getting a little bit into the weeds, but and I'm sure nowhere near this level of discussion. But what does existing infrastructure look like for compensation to the town? Like, so everything that I've seen is talked about construction of new.
Mhm.
What about the existing?
Oh, so you'll see language in here talking about taking in setting additional rates moving forward and stuff, taking into account county investment in the new, but also ongoing operations and maintenance of the entire operation.
So there
Because
would be
nothing they're adding could operate on its own.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, the town has considerable expense in what we already have, of which they will benefit from at some.
Yeah, I mean, the most, I'm not saying this is where it ends up, but as an example, if you got a 17 million gallon plant that the town has access to 11 million gallons and the county has access to 6 million gallons,
Right.
take your numerator, your denominator, take your total cost and divide them up. It won't be that simple, but it's
No,
an
I get it.
example
Right.
of.
That's simple enough from.
So there was a conversation that you and Mac just had, and the question wasn't there a short window regarding when they needed the water? Yes. And what was the answer to that?
I do not know. It is in that LKC report. I know some of the assumptions being made in that LKC report include Aberdeen not renewing their bulk water agreement with the county. I know in speaking with some officials in Aberdeen, their representation at the time that LKC was putting the report together was very similar to ours. We cannot guarantee a renewal. If Southern Pines were to grow in such way, or we had a user come in at the corporate park that utilized a lot of water, it could be very conceivable that when the county contract runs out, we won't be interested in renewing because we'll need that capacity for our own use. So they made some assumptions in that report that, as they should, as the engineers, were worst case. Worst case being those that are selling you bulk water now will not do it in the future. So some of those dates are very much contingent on how the county continues to grow or not as part of their current planning processes, and whether, for instance, an Aberdeen goes away, which is, to the county's credit, why they are looking for some form of dedicated source that they're not subject to somebody else's just general contract. So this is a little more than a typical bulk water contract that can easily be canceled because they are making a significant capital investment in order to obtain the additional water.
Partners.
Exactly.
With all the negotiations, has there been any consideration as to whether or not the town of Southern Pines, the citizens of the town of Southern Pines would see any reduction in their water rates based on the fact that we would be in the business of selling water?
I think,
We are already in the business of selling water.
Understand, we're going bigger.
I think the goal is that you take advantage of our current capabilities and there is a chance to reduce water rates to our citizens.
If there's been any negotiation about that, though.
I'm not sure what negotiation with the county would take place that would have anything to do with it.
Well, I guess, is there any consideration that our hope is to reduce the price of water for the citizens of Southern Pines based on the fact this is a resource that we have that clearly people are interested in having? I'm doing a little macroeconomics here.
I think
Macro standpoint, yes, it's a consideration that by expanding the user base, we might be able to decrease the per unit cost of a number of things that happen with the operation and such down there. But it's not really an item that would be discussed directly with the county in negotiating this sort of thing. That's more of the rate setting thing.
Has it been an item that's been considered by you or I'm
Yeah. No, it's absolutely, much like the advantage of having a more resilient point in the creek, it's absolutely a consideration.
I feel like that probably the shared cost and the maintenance of the existing facilities would in some way flow down to the individual rate.
Actually, let me use a perfect example of one of the other real advantages of this is that at some point, and it's already in your capital improvement plan, at some point, the town, lacking a partner, is going to go through the sludge drying and all of the whatever becomes necessary to get from 8 to 11 million gallons. by bringing a partner aboard who's willing to pay for that, that is going to
Can't
have
come
a
out of general
direct.
fund, right?
That's right. That's right. No, it's
Has
all
to-
part of the utilities.
Right.
So bringing a partner in willing to pay for that in exchange for 1/3 of the additional capacity, moving from 1 million to 2 million gallons on an 8 to 11 million gallon switch, will certainly have a beneficial effect on rate setting by not having to pay up front for that 8 to 11 and having a partner come to the table to do so.
I think that what you can answer is you would have no idea what that could be. I mean, it would
No.
it would have an effect, but you have no idea what that effect would be.
Right.
Reagan, I appreciate you and Mac going through and working on a term sheet for a starting place in negotiations.
And I don't think I opened with this, and I should have. I said that's the purpose of the term sheet. I'm not asking you to adopt anything here this evening because it's the first time you're looking at it. We just finished it. However, I would like to be able to potentially agenda this for February. So please read it in detail, get your questions.
So do we approve the term sheet and then give it to Moore County? Do they look through it at that point and then they approve it? and then we start
Like I said, this was
negotiations?
sent, Max sent this over to Misty and Wayne this afternoon also. They may come back. I may have to come back in February and say, well, here's a sticking point, or here's something, and we can agree to it or we can not agree to it. But yeah, it'll be an ongoing conversation, but the goal is to ultimately reach a term sheet that the two bodies agree to and sign off on, and then they just go to the process of taking water agreement and intergovernmental agreement templates and making sure we get the details into them. And then that will come back for your approval also.
How long is that timeline? Is this like a year-long negotiation or a month-long?
I'd guess 4 to 6 months.
I was just going to say longer than a month, but I don't think a year.
Okay.
Thank you, Mac.
I do have one more question. So so the process, so the county will continue to be a bulk water customer even after all of this. They won't be a partner per se, other than we're still going to run the facility.
They will be purchasing their water. Their rate will look different than the
Based-
other bulk customers based upon their partnership on the capital investments.
Right. Okay, that's where I was getting to, not only the capital investments, but the sunk existing costs that
Yes,
brought this capability about to begin with.
exactly.
Yeah, okay.
So are you hoping to bring this back to the council meeting, the February work session or the February council meeting?
If y'all read over it in the next 10 days and say, this looks fantastic, and I get a very similar reaction from my colleague at Moore County, it would come back for the February business meeting. If there are things that come back from them and/or a number of items that come out of here that we need to re-agenda it for the February work session, that will be the next time we will see it. Yes, sir. Okay, that is good to know.
Okay, so I won't be here for the regular meeting, so if I have comments and feedback, I'll make sure I get to you Friday before.
Okay. All right.
Anything else, any other questions while we're here?
Mac, did I miss anything important?
The only thing I would add is that the last step of this will be an interlocal agreement between the town and the county, which will look a lot more complicated than this.
Yeah.
We appreciate that you're the attorney reading it and explaining it to us.
I do have a question about that. So do interlocal agreements typically have expirations, or do they not have to?
They don't have to, but if you're selling water, state law restricts that to no more than 40 years. The question is, there are two different models. One is a pure bulk sale agreement. Partnership in the operation of the plant, which is no longer subject to the 40-year limitation.
Right.
It's not a water sale, it's now a plant operation agreement. So it depends on which way this goes.
Right, okay.
Mac, and I don't know how deep in the weeds I want to go on this. If the intergovernmental agreement in question is really relative to the increase in capacities and infrastructure and basically what we just outlined, but not the agreement by which water itself is sold, which is what we've talked about having to amend as we take into account the capital expenses, et cetera. Is that 40 years still specific to it?
Only on the water sale agreement.
That's what I thought, yeah.
It's separate.
Okay. So the agreement around the infrastructure and investment, et cetera, although it shouldn't take 40 years, isn't necessarily subject to the same limitation.
With, just for my clarity, which would mean that that 50-year mark that you were talking about, that the agreement needed to be in place by 50 years, that wouldn't conflict with that, am I right?
Well, the 50 years is what I believe the Moore County water study was based upon. And they were trying to ensure that they have 6 million gallons a day additional capacity by year 50 years from when that was published, which I think was 2023, so.
Okay, so that's the
2073.
capacity, not necessarily.
That's not
the
necessarily the
sales.
agreement,
Gotcha.
no.
Okay.
I'm really happy with this draft. Mac, did you draw this up? I would be very hesitant for any changes that Moore County recommends. This one makes me very happy, besides the order of the names on the back sheet, but we can talk about that later. But I would like to express to the county that this is an agreement or a negotiation in which we're trying to do the right thing to help the county, and we are setting terms that we feel like are reasonable and protect our citizens first. And I'd like the names changed around. Okay. Anything else? Okay. That's true, except for that our attorney drafted it. And I feel like that makes our name go first. Okay. Sorry, I have this water study pulled up. Oh,
Public communications.
wait, oh, public communications. I was like, public comment. It's a work session. All right.
Just view that as like an exclamation point. Your name being last. It's
Y'all
like,
can keep trying to convince me that. We'll see.
Well, now, let me explain.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
he's heard enough.
Side by side.
Oh,
But my Word doc skills are way too pitiful to evade that.
okay. Just know if they go side by side, my last name starts with a C and his starts with a P. All right. Okay, on to communication update. Thank you guys for being patient while we got through the water stuff and for allowing us to rearrange it.
We rearranged it for James, didn't we?
Well, last time I was here, it was good afternoon, so I'm going to say good evening now. So Gerald and I, for those in the audience who may not know Gerald Oslin is our communications specialist. Gerald is the first communication specialist that Southern Pines has ever had. That was a brand new position that was added to the budget in FY '23-24. He has a decades-long background in the military. He retired from the Army after 30 years of service doing communications. So we're very fortunate to have him. The document that we're going to be largely talking from is in your packet. So we're not going to go extensively through it. We're going to hit a few highlights and we're here to answer questions. But I know that there had been several questions of staff and some suggestions and things like that that have come up in some recent meetings and work sessions regarding communications on different projects, road closures, things like this. And so we thought that this would be a good opportunity to kind of come before you and let you know how we handle different things like this. And much of this, some of this we had written down, some of it is just how we've acted since Gerald has been with us since October of 2023. And so coming into this evening's meeting, he put this together to make it easy for you to digest. So I guess the first area I'm going to talk about is just the role that Gerald does do for us, since this is, you know, still a little bit of a new role for us. He is the communications expert strategy person for the entire town. He is housed in the administration department, but he supports every department that we have. Some of our departments do a little bit more of their own work than others. For example, police and fire, they have their own public information officers. They've, you know, long been doing emergency communications, so they tend to take the lead on that. But Gerald is always available should they ask him, or especially if they're in a crisis situation and need some help, he's there to assist. Parks and Rec and Library, they've had their own social media campaigns, marketing platforms for a good while, so they tend to still take the lead on those, and then he pushes out, you know, a lot of what they communicate. And so, so where he has really enhanced is for all of the other departments who really didn't have someone that was dedicated to their communications before. The other thing that he has really helped a lot with is community engagement. And for example, I know you all are familiar with the Knoll Road project and all of the strategies that we did around the open houses, and we had the surveys and all kinds of different input activities, and Gerald led that along with James Mickle. And this was a really important function of this department because, and it's one that I advocated for, because just using James as an example, he is an engineer. He's an excellent engineer. You heard him talk about the Knoll Road project. He knows that in and out. Communications, community engagement, that is not his expertise, and it's not something that he's programmed to think about. And I don't mean that as a knock. Same with BJ as a planner. And so what you find is that
That was meant as a
okay.
number.
Yeah. He won't take it that way. It's all good. I know. But the reason that we use Gerald is because these subject matter experts, they're so busy doing their own work, and they're so busy using their brains to think about the areas that they're experts in, that the community engagement and communications tends to fall by the wayside. And that tends to mean that we weren't doing as good a job at it. We would forget to do certain things. So that's where Gerald comes in and partners with them, and he runs with that. And we've definitely seen an improvement in our strategies, and we've done a lot more communication. He supported planning during the comp plan. So those are just some examples of how he's stepped in there. He does manage the Town of Southern Pines social media platforms, and we currently have 3 of them. We use Facebook as our primary one. That's where we have the largest amount of followers. We also have Instagram, and then we have a presence on Nextdoor as well. And we do have a page, but that one's a little different. He is our primary contact for Anna and other members of the media. Not to mean that they can't contact you all or other people, but for a lot of things, he's her first go-to, and if needed, he can get her in touch with other people. And then he does a lot of the updating on our website, adding pages, making sure it's fresh. So those are some of the ways that he has really supported all of us during his time. He did put together, this is an addition to your packet, but we wanted to give you an idea of kind of the activity that we see on our social media platforms as well as our website. You can see here that our website still, we get the most hits there. We have, the most visitors. These numbers here, within the past 30 days, we've had over 51,000 visitors to our website in the past 30 days. Our metrics show us that the average visitor clicks about 3 times. And so, they're going to 3 different pages. That's another area that Gerald has worked on, is kind of simplifying our website. And he still has some other ideas that we're working on, but making things much easier to find so that people don't get frustrated, and find that things are buried. As I mentioned, Facebook is our most popular, our most followed social media platform. We have almost 5,000 followers on there, and we had over 60,000 views in the past 30 days. Instagram's smaller, but we do have over 1,000 followers. And then Nextdoor. Nextdoor, you don't necessarily have followers, but you are part of a community. And there are about 5,400 people in the Southern Pines geography that are part of the Nextdoor community.
Is that an app? I don't know Nextdoor.
Yeah, it's an app that it's boy. So it has become a place where people talk about their place. And so a lot of times you'll find people talking about something that's going on in their local community that isn't necessarily, that conversation isn't happening on Facebook or other places. It's where people go to complain. It's where people go to say, hey, don't shop there. I had a bad experience, or hey, I had a great experience, or hey, here's a plumber I used and he's fantastic, right? They're having those sorts of things. So there is a benefit to it, and we haven't been on there really long, but we haven't had any reason not to be on it. Let's put it that way.
It is, one of the unique things about Nextdoor is that it is limited to geography, and they actually check your address and you have to register. So the people that are part of this 5,400 member community are confirmed to be in Southern Pines. So you're not going to have people from other places. So that's one of the distinctions about it. A couple other platforms that we have, these are not social media, but Code Red, hopefully you are all registered for that, but that is the platform that we use for notifications. They tend to be emergency notifications or widespread road closures, things like that. But I think we were actually all surprised. He pulled these numbers yesterday, and we have over 8,300 people that are registered in Code Red, which, if you consider our population of around 16,000, I think that's actually a pretty impressive number. And then we also have, through the website, we have this platform called Notify Me, where people can subscribe to certain updates to the calendar, that type of thing. We have 3,500 people who are subscribed to various aspects of that. So that just gives you an idea of.
So what's the difference between the Code Red and Notify Me?
Code Red is you go into the system to send a message. Notify Me is something that we have done on our website that we can send a notification that, hey, this thing is there. So they're not mutually exclusive necessarily, but they're not the same thing at all. So these are, Notify Me are people who've gone to our website and said, I want to know when a new item is added to the calendar, or I want to know when a news flash, a news piece is put up there.
A bit more automated?
Say again?
It's a bit more automated?
Bit more automated, yes. Code Red is very labor intensive.
Yeah.
I put air quotes around that, but you know, you have to actually go to the system and physically choose an audience and physically choose a message and all of that sort of thing.
Code Red, also you can select the different ways that you get notified. For example, my husband's not listening to this, but it drives him crazy because every time we send a Code Red out, he gets a phone call, he gets an email, he gets a text. I get the same thing because I selected all of those things.
Yeah, I need
As you
to-
can see,
I
some
need to
people have
unselect one.
only elected to get a phone call, so that's why that number is the highest.
And the reason that number is higher than the total is some people have put in their home phone and their cell phone.
Oh.
So that's why that's a larger number. They don't add up to that total.
Okay. Also with Code Red, we have the ability to do geographic boundaries. So especially with like road closures or water breaks, or even like if we're communicating about the garbage routes, Gerald can go in and draw a boundary and just notify people in certain areas if we want to. Or if it's something very broad, like when we were doing weather alerts last week, we're just notifying everybody that's in there.
Yeah, so there's kind of an art and a science going on here. So, you know, close Pennsylvania, maybe we send an all call. We close Mitchell Road, maybe that just goes to James Creek, right?
Yeah.
So there's a little bit, and sometimes you err on, maybe we over notify a little bit because it's the 100 west block of Pennsylvania. It's not the big portion of, but maybe we make that a little bit bigger. So there's a little bit of art, a little bit of judgment to it. Yeah, absolutely.
Can users go in and select only emergencies on Code Red? Like if they don't want to get all of them?
No.
Okay, so if you sign up, you're getting anything in that geographical area or townwide events. Okay, thank you.
The general challenge with selecting only emergencies is defining an emergency.
Yeah.
And we tend to use Code Red for things like significant road closures, weather events, whatever, but yeah, it's,
I think what it would happen in that situation is you would determine what category it is, and whoever checked that category would get that alert, because that program that we used to have offered that. I can't remember what it was,
Nixle, yeah.
There was like
Yeah.
5 categories, and you could choose what you wanted to be alerted about. So the input person that was putting the data in would say, oh, this is road closure.
Right,
It does have that.
yeah.
It doesn't have that.
Code Red does not. Notify Me does. There's about 30 categories in Notify Me for the
Yeah,
website.
and again, Notify Me is really, like you said, it could just be a calendar update. We're not sending that kind of thing
Right.
out over Code Red, so.
That's why we do, like Gerald talked about the art of Code Red, we do try to be selective on what we put in there because we can see if we put something out there that people don't really care about, we see people actually unsubscribing because they get annoyed.
Right.
So, yeah, we try to really be mindful of how we use Code Red. On page 3, section 7, it just talks about our preferred platforms for our communications. And, you know, we use our website, social media, press releases, newsletters, and then our emergency alert systems like Code Red. For certain things, we're going to use all of those. For example, the recycling subscription, we used all of those, and some of them we used many, many times over a long period of time. For something like last week's weather closure or weather, impacts, that was much more limited. So this is where, again, we rely on Gerald's expertise to figure out what is the best platform
Is
for.
Code Red also an app?
Yes, sir.
It is an app.
Yep. So you can, when you sign up for Code Red, Jessica mentioned you sign up for whether you want it on your cell phone or email. App notification is also one of them. So you'll get a ping on your phone if you download the app and sign up for the app.
So to register for Code Red, you go to this website?
Yes, sir.
But you can't register for Code Red by downloading the app.
No. You go to the website, sign up for Code Red, and then you download the app,
Okay.
and it will recognize you.
I'm gonna do that right now. I'm not on Code Red.
One thing I do want to touch on a little bit is I'm going to talk about the recycling subscription because it's all near and dear to our hearts right now. It's a current issue for our residents. And this is something, this literally goes back to when we hired Gerald. I put this in the job ad and said, you're going to be writing about everything from garbage collection to really exciting stuff, like, big projects. And so that kind of encompasses all the work that he does. But, there are some people who literally did not know that we moved to a recycling subscription until the recycling was no longer picked up. But
Sadly, it was a lot of people.
it was a lot of people,
Which is
but we
amazing,
were
'cause y'all-
actually surprised at how many people did get the messaging. And leading up to that kind of January 1 deadline, we had it in our newsletter that goes in every single water bill customer, which includes residents and it includes our businesses who are part of our water system. They all get a mailed bill every
And
single month.
that's their trash bill too, so.
It is
if
their
they
trash
get trash, they get the letter, okay.
So that a hard copy gets mailed to every home, every business on our water system every single month. And we have a newsletter in there. We had the recycling subscription, the other changes were a feature story for 3 months in a row, beginning October, November, December. I went back and looked, it looked like we did at least 9 different social media posts. Hey, this is coming, got to sign up. It had a huge presence on our website, from the banner on the homepage to we've had a dedicated page for recycling for probably 5 or 6 months now. So that we could dedicate space to explaining what was coming, having the sign up. So because of all those efforts that we did, we had kind of an internal deadline that we were also communicating of the 3rd week of December. That's when we asked everybody to sign up so that we could at least hopefully guarantee that we could get you the new recycling cart by January 1. Didn't mean that you couldn't subscribe after that, but that would at least allow us to get you a cart. We had over 1,000 people that had subscribed by December, by the 3rd week of December, which we were kind of blown away. One, about the number of people that have subscribed, and 2, that showed us that our communications are working. If over 1,000 people knew about this before it had even gone live. I pulled some numbers actually today just to give you a quick update. As of today, we have 1,812 subscribers that have signed up for recycling, which I think
But they're also out of recycling cans,
we are out of recycling cans.
which
And
is, I'm getting those calls now. What's the update on when cans will be available to folks who have
I know
signed
we
up?
had a delivery that was arriving yesterday afternoon, actually. And I think that was another 400 carts that came in yesterday. And so we're literally pulling all kinds of employees. Firefighters are delivering those, Parks and Grounds employees. And so now it's a matter of getting those out. I'm still not sure that even those 400 covered all 1,800. So
Right.
we're getting them literally as fast as we can order them. So.
And my recycle bin came with A day on it, and I'm actually a B day, so just, you're gonna get some calls on that too. The can that got dropped at my house spent a week out on the curb, but I'm apparently a B day person.
So
But-
wrong sticker?
It happens to some other folks I know too.
Yeah,
You got the
yeah.
wrong sticker on it.
They just figure
Right, I
it
got
out.
the wrong sticker, right. So anyway, that's how, but I will say, I watched the guys drop the recycling into the new truck, new guys, new truck, and some of it hit the street, and that gentleman went and picked every piece up and got in the truck. I was super happy with the service. They were great. They were on it. They were doing exactly what they should do. So once we get the kinks ironed out, I think we'll be good, but.
Yeah, so I
Hasn't-
think our largest kinks are that the demand far exceeded what I think any of us, including Meridian, ever thought. We never thought before the end of January we'd have 1,800.
They're also
subscribers.
actively learning the routes. They'll only get more
Exactly.
efficient. So.
Yeah.
Let me jump back on one thing based on on Code Red. Sorry to backtrack. I just downloaded it or did whatever.
Sure.
It says that there are basically 2 alert types: emergency notifications, which you can't subscribe or unsubscribe to. That one's automatic, or general notifications. So I guess on your end, you would choose which one that would be. And
That's
then,
correct.
and then there's also weather,
Yeah, so weather is, right. Thank you. Weather is sent, Code Red sends its own weather alerts.
Oh, does it really?
Yeah.
So I should uncheck tsunami?
Yeah. Yeah. And then you're right, when I go into, or sometimes utilities goes into Code Red, there's a few others, fire
Right,
sometimes
okay.
goes in, but we choose whether it's an emergency
Or
or
general.
general.
Yeah, so that's the only
And-
two.
And so most of the Code Red notifications that we send out are general, right? A road closure is not
Emergency.
if your phone volume is turned down at 11 o'clock at night, it's not going to ping you like an emergency.
Right.
Right? Think of it
got
that
you.
way, right? So,
Sorry to interrupt.
No.
I know.
My understanding is when the power went out, December 4th, 2022? Is that right? 22? That Code Red was used, because I was not signed up at that point, but that is something that,
wasn't here, but yes,
Yeah.
Code Red was absolutely, and honestly, I think that's the last time that I know of
that was
that we've
emergency.
used an emergency
Yeah.
notification. I have not sent an emergency notification, I know that.
I don't know, but that was the reason that I signed up, because when I realized that, oh, there was a way to reach out to everyone, I just didn't know it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think the Code Red, the fire department was the one that had initiated that. And so they had been sending a lot of those notices before, and they still have access to it. So Gerald's not the only one that does it, but he does a lot of them, so. Just a couple other numbers for solid waste as of today. Of the 1,812 subscribers for recycling, 85 of them have actually opted in for a second cart and are paying that additional $10 a month. And then it's now optional to have a second garbage cart collected every week, and we have 65 people that have subscribed for that, and they're paying extra for that. Just
In
numbers for you.
addition to the social media and the normal things, we also sent a postcard to every business.
That's right.
About the recycling program. There's a saying among communicators, and I'll say it in a very nice way. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink, right? There's a willfulness or an unwillingness to know what's going on. And I can say in certain areas, maybe we need to communicate more. This isn't one of them. We did everything that we could have, short of all 12 of us in this room knocking on every door and going back if we miss somebody, or spending $20,000, $30,000 on direct mail, 19,000 of it being thrown away anyway, right? We know that because they don't open their utility bill.
I don't.
And so, there's a willingness or an unwillingness to engage in communication.
Last year.
So,
And it actually did go beyond just hyper-local. WRAL was actually reporting on it, so we did get some pretty good reach. And
pilot.
Yeah,
At least
the pilot.
2 articles about our recycling program.
reported on it a lot. But to your point about mailing out those postcards, we were a little disappointed to find. So we used the mailing addresses that people have for their utility bills. I think about 20% of those postcards got returned to us. And we're like, wow, okay. So, people are not keeping their addresses updated to us. As part of the recycling subscription, we collected email addresses from everybody. And we were kind of excited because we're like, okay, great. We have a new way to communicate with people. We are getting so many returned email addresses when we've tried to communicate with our subscribers, which are telling us that probably people gave us some bad email addresses because they don't want to hear from us. So those are challenges we're facing too. Just a couple other things that I wanted to cover. Our social media comment policy. You can find this comment policy on any of our social media platforms, and it's also on our website. And this is page 5 in your packet. And I just wanted to point out, it is very rare that we ever remove someone's comment just because of constitutional protections. We are not supposed to do that. Social media is considered a public forum, and so our comment policy was developed with guidance from the School of Government. And so, and we also use Archive Social, which if we do ever have to hide someone's comment, we can keep an archive of those that we did. So if we ever get an open records request or something like that, we can show this is what we did, this is where they violated our comment policy. But our followers are actually very, very good. You rarely ever get people that violate it. So
Most of our community, online community, frankly, they'll respond to somebody who's snarky before I will even think about it. They'll have 2 or 3 other comments saying, hey, it's all right over there, right? I didn't hear about that. Well, actually, it's right here. And they'll, some random person will put in a hyperlink where the answer is to the question.
Are we talking about Nextdoor again?
I'm sorry?
Are we talking about Nextdoor again?
any of them.
Any of them.
Yeah. And there is kind of some notation in here. We don't necessarily respond to every comment on social media. Gerald could sit there all day and respond to people on social media. We try if it's generally a legitimate question that we want to give feedback to, but if people are just kind of complaining, and it's not something that we're going to be able to change, we kind of just tend to ignore those. So, and that's, best practices. So we also do not, for example, we get a lot of our people commenting, say, on the pilot social media platforms. And unless there's some comment that is just so wrong that if other people read it and they will get, grossly mistaken, we don't engage with those at all, because we could also spend all day, commenting on there. So we try to be wise in how we spend our time on social media.
Do we have like a, quote unquote, away message? Like if somebody sends a message to the town through Instagram, Facebook, Nextdoor, whatever it is, that, I don't know, is like an auto response? Like if you need a response, reach out to us here. We don't actively check messages.
No, the library does on their, either their Facebook or their Instagram page. Because I use ZenCity, I don't need to dive into each platform to see what the message is.
Okay.
ZenCity sends it to me. I have it right away on my dashboard every day, so I'm able to respond. And it hasn't gotten to even when I'm on vacation.
Okay, I'm sorry. So you do respond?
I do respond.
Oh, I thought Jessica was saying that you don't respond.
We don't respond to every comment.
Okay.
So if somebody says, hey, the town really screwed that one up.
Oh, okay.
I'm
I
not
get
engaging
it.
in that.
Comments
But if
versus
somebody
messages.
sends a direct message that says, hey,
Okay.
I'm trying to get a hold of utility billing because I've got my water cut off or whatever.
You see those?
We see those, we
Okay.
respond to those. Usually what I'll do with something that specific, as an example, just threw that out there, but
Yeah.
don't see that very often. It is I'll send it directly to utility billing for them to engage,
Okay.
right? I won't throw a phone number out there on social media, but I'll make sure that they get contacted.
Okay.
Right, so that's the difference between a direct message and somebody commenting.
Yep. Okay, that makes more sense. Thank you.
So on page 7, Gerald kind of put together a little bit of a guide for you. If you hear from, residents, business owners, I didn't know that you guys were doing that. Nobody told me. He's given you some, just options here, questions you can ask them in a friendly way.
It's a little primer for you.
That just goes through the different options, the tools that we have. So in case people aren't familiar with them, or if they're not familiar with our practices, for example, he put a link here to, we have a page on our website that's dedicated to closures. And this is where we do road closures. If we're doing utility work, shutting off water, that type of thing, we communicate those on there. And one of the things that we wanted to relay, both on this page and then also on page, I guess it's 8 on this page, is we just wanted to remind you that our ability to get the message out it requires that people actually notify us that this work is taking place. Our utility department is excellent about doing that. And I'm copied on all of those notifications, and that is not where any of the problems are coming from. They let Gerald know, and Gerald runs with that and gets that message out. Where you're hearing complaints from and where you're not seeing communications are more than likely going to be other entities. For example, just based on information we've gotten, DOT generally only notifies us about 35% of the time. So that's not great, you know? So when we get those, we certainly communicate them, but that means that.
And we talk to them regularly. And for the next 3 or 4 weeks after a conversation, we're notified pretty well that DOT is going to close a road, and then it
kind of
fades down, and so it's a give and take.
And those are often the ones that you're going to hear about the most because they're the bigger roads that a lot of people are using. Indiana Avenue, Morganton Road, like all of those roads are DOT roads that we have to rely on them.
So can I jump in here on the
Sure.
the closures because of utilities? Because that is specifically what I brought up back in October that I received lots of concern about from multiple people, 2 business owners, 1 resident, on the utility work that was done on Southeast Broad Street between Illinois, well, beyond Illinois and New York. Those businesses, 1 out of 4 that I asked were notified. I'm sorry. 1 was notified as their water was being turned off. We're turning your water off now. The other 2 were not notified at all. And when I mean notified, this is the utility crews going door to door. They didn't get anything in advance. They probably don't subscribe to Code Red. And then 1 business did say, someone did come in here, but the other 3 found out as it was happening. And so that was what prompted my concern about, especially businesses, citizens also, but businesses, it impacted their business. They had deliveries coming in, the road was closed, they didn't know it. She said, if I just would have known,
Right.
I would have gone on my social media and let everybody know, and I would have called my delivery drivers and replanned where my deliveries were coming. And so I know at the time I heard, well, we go door to door. Well, I followed up with that, and it's anecdotal, I get it, but 25% were notified anecdotally, me checking. So when I brought this up back in October, my goal is that I see over here where we talk about road closure, it says we require 48-hour notification to the town. So the town requires that others tell the town 48 hours if there won't be prior approval from the town to close the road. That kind of language is what I'm looking for us to provide to our citizens and to our businesses. If we don't notify anyone 48 hours before, or whatever the agreed number is, we don't close the road down, and especially for businesses, because it hurts them.
Sure. Yeah.
And so that is where
Yeah.
this isn't the road paving, because the road paving
Right.
was well notified, but gave a 30-day, hey, this is going to happen sometime in
Yeah,
the
it was
next
supposed
30
to happen
days.
next week, and then it didn't happen, and then
Then they gave like the whole month. It's sometime between here and here it's going to happen.
Weather
And it
and
happened the
contractors
last
and
day of the month,
availabilities.
or the second to the last day of the month. But that's all I'm trying to get at. And it frustrated multiple business owners that that happened and they didn't know about
I'm
it.
going to give you a little bit of pushback, and I don't mean
I don't mind it.
I don't mean
Go
to be
ahead.
pushy, but I'm just going to give you a little bit of pushback. So I talked with our utility guys at least twice, maybe 3 times after that conversation to make sure that I understood what their procedures were. And a known closure, so that's a category, right?
Yeah.
Scheduled.
You got an emergency, they're just going to go and close it, right? If they got a sewer line.
That's understandable.
Right. So known closure. Hey, next Tuesday, we're going to close this. They do go door to door. And what they are running into usually is it's not the business manager or the business owner that they're able to talk to. It's an employee. And they leave something. There is something that they leave and explain, hey, we're going to close this down at X date.
So Pennsylvania was closed today, right?
Pennsylvania was closed, the
100
100 block of
Yep.
Pennsylvania was closed today.
So
Yep.
somebody went down Pennsylvania and notified those businesses.
That's, yep.
So there'll be something at my business, 125 East Pennsylvania, that someone left behind.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
And
Was that the emergency though? Yeah,
is that an emergency?
that was an emergency.
I mean, I got it on Code Red a couple days ago.
So we may be talking two different things.
Yeah, I'm
So
not
yes,
sure.
there was a code red that went out because there was a notification from Tony Donardo that they were going to be back on Pennsylvania, closing the 100 block. So I did send out a
Yep,
code
I got
red.
that.
Absolutely, and it was on our closures page as well. But so yes, there should have.
Yeah.
It's not a perfect system.
It's not a perfect system, and it
And
can
the-
never be a perfect system. So
And we've
when you
talked
push
about-
back, I'm just saying that.
No.
I know. I'm just saying
Small
that,
people.
that in this scenario, the door to door was ineffective,
Mm-hmm.
and so because the business owner is there all the time. Actually, the business owner that wasn't there is the one that got the hang tag or whatever from their employee. So if we're doing something, we say, hey, we're doing this, and we're finding that 75% aren't getting that message, we just have to look at another way to do it, is all I'm
Well,
saying.
and we've talked about other ways of doing
Yeah.
it. If you're
And I
gonna,
I'm not
if you're gonna
offering a
condemn.
silver bullet.
No, I
I'm
guess there isn't one.
Yeah,
You,
right.
There's
not.
another way to do it is you leave something and you post a big red sticker on the front door.
Well, the sign,
I mean, you don't want to go doing that, right?
the
And
sign
you
was
don't have
effective.
the signs are effective, and
It just
James
doesn't-
isn't here, so we're
It
gonna throw him under the
doesn't
bus
have to be-
again. But
No, we're not.
they've talked about
It's just looking
doing
for solutions.
for the large closures, right? If they're gonna
Road
do
closures.
the joint in front of my house, it's gonna affect a couple of places. You're not gonna put a big reader board out there, right?
Right.
But on a main road where you're affecting businesses and
Right.
a lot of other folks, they're talking about potentially asking you all to fund in this next budget, a couple of those portable trailer signs that they can throw out there.
LEDs.
So anybody goes down there for a couple of days, sees, hey, next Tuesday, this is going to be closed. you know.
That is good.
Cones, they did in front of not in front of your house, but going towards your house on Southeast Broad. They did the cones with the signs at one point when they were doing the paving
Oh, yeah.
down there.
So, yeah,
They had a sign and then they also had some cones.
well, they had a bunch of signs, like a half dozen.
Right.
It was well marked.
Sure.
It just was broad.
Yeah.
It was like, it could close anytime in this next 30 days.
Right.
And they didn't ever update it to say, it's gonna happen Wednesday. And weather, and especially with paving, it's all dependent on that. But man, if you give somebody a 30-day window,
Yep.
if they give themselves a 30-day window to do it, then they can never be late.
I think the problem with that too also is that for those 30 days, it said no parking.
Yeah, it did. It said
No
that too.
parking, paving is going to happen
No
at some point
parking.
in the next 30 days. And that's really, I don't know,
If
that's
you
hard.
read the sign, it made it sound like we're gonna pave this road for 30 days.
I'm with you. That was when this all came up, that was one of the ones that was frustrating for me. Because
So
it
that
was,
affected the same business.
and then they said they were gonna do it that week.
Correct.
A certain week, and then they didn't. And then they showed up and did it a different week without letting us know.
And in that scenario, you're relying on the information you're being given. I get that. But that scenario affected the same business
Yeah.
as the utilities did. So it was like,
Just
that's all. I'm
know
not
that we're having conversation,
Yeah, I got it.
how do we do this, right? The door to door, you would think would be a good way of doing it. Eyeball to eyeball.
Yeah.
It's not working
It's, yeah.
completely, right?
Well, I
We
mean,
don't have enough time to mail to everybody, right? Because
No.
usually it's like, we'll get notified, what's today, Tuesday? So Thursday, maybe Friday morning, what the schedule looks like next week. Well, you can't turn a
no.
postcard to everybody in that period.
So what I was thinking, like, the whole situation of we go door to door, there's obviously a lot of some situations where the wrong person got the message and it didn't get delivered. But what can't be denied is that sign, that what you said just coming in the budget, the LED sign or whatever. It's like, I mean, they look terrible, but they're not, they're
Yeah, they have a function.
they have a function and they're temporary.
Yeah.
But you can't deny that wasn't put up.
Yeah. Now, I would encourage you all to encourage anybody who has a rubber stamp store or, a giant box store, sign up for Code Red. because we're going to, if we know about it, it's going to go on a code red. I will code red 3 houses. We talk about broad, notification of code red. I will
I
go in
understand
there.
what you're saying.
If
they're
we
within
close
that
down a
circle,
cul-de-sac,
Gotcha.
right? Everybody on that cul-de-sac who is subscribed to code red will get a notification that that cul-de-sac is going to get closed down.
So maybe we can, I mean, I'm sure you already have, I know you already have, but maybe we can do a little PR campaign with signing up for Code Red.
So we do a lot of social, but Jessica and I were actually talking about maybe once a year or twice a year. We actually do some outside of our own platforms advertising. It doesn't cost that much really to use some of the sources that we've got that aren't ours that cost a little bit, but actually do an advertising campaign along with other things to beef Code Red. Hey, this is the time, right? And it's also in front of all of the capital projects start getting pushed and released about August, right? So that would be a good time to remind, hey, we've got some big things coming. You might want to know when they are, so sign up for Code Red.
Media post, do you tag, like if it's something happening on Knoll Road by chance, would you tag, like US Kids Golf or Longleaf, or like if it's downtown, tag Southern Pines Business Association, and then maybe they can shoot it out as well? Just
I
like a
haven't
heads up?
done that as much as I could. I certainly need to start adding that. I've done the Small Business Association, and I have contact with the Small Business Association. So if we're doing something downtown, I send it to them as well.
Yeah, I know they're good about.
In the hopes of them
pushing
sending
things
it
out.
to their, maybe somebody will read the email from them that they don't read from us necessarily.
Yeah,
So
they're good about sharing social media.
Is, I don't want to try to add stuff to your plate that's not working. I think this is just kind of a process of where we're like we're doing all these little things to figure out, hone into what is most effective. You're not going to get 100%,
Right.
but the most effective we can possibly be in getting the word out. And my gripe primarily was road closures. Nothing else.
Yeah. So,
Road closures affecting businesses.
yeah. If there's a way, a tool, a something,
I think-
absolutely let us know.
I think we
And
can try that signage that you're talking about.
yeah, that would help a lot.
Just one last question, with the Code Red, they have to get on the website first, am I right? And then download the app on their phone?
Yeah,
You don't have to download the app.
You
no.
don't have to download the app.
Yeah, I'm just thinking there's a lot of people probably in West Southern Pines that don't necessarily have a computer to be able to, getting on the website on your phone, depending on what kind of phone you have. If you have an iPhone, it's a lot different. You got an Android like me.
Sorry, but I've actually signed up some folks who said, I don't have it. You know what? Call me and call me and I'll sit and I'll log in like them and set them up with an account.
Maybe at the library have that too.
Thank you.
They can go to the library and do it. But,
It does, yeah.
It's the people, it's one of these things that I get it. It's like, you go and say, hey, download Code Red, and they're like, I have like
One more million things,
Yeah.
yeah.
And by the time they get an opportunity to do it, they've forgotten about it.
Yeah.
Sure.
What code was?
An interesting, I just have to share, interesting about signs. I know we're talking about a sign that's LED, it's parked right in the street. But we have to put 2 signs up on every property when a rezoning happens or a special use permit happens. And nearly every project, we will get someone who calls and says, I wasn't aware of this. Don't you have to put a sign up? And I'll open the file and I'll pull up the picture of the sign. And I'll say, yes, we do. In fact, they were posted on this date. There's no sign out there. And I'll send them a picture and they'll say, well, it's come down since then. And they say, and then, the next day they'll call and say, I drove home and that sign is up there. I
What do
never
you know?
saw it.
Yeah.
It's remarkable how people, when
Yeah.
you're coming to and from your house, you're in tunnel vision. You've done that drive a million times. You could miss a pink gorilla on the side of the road.
Could not miss that.
The other anecdote I'll give you is with the recycling. Corey Albers in particular is fielding calls and returning a lot of phone calls. And he'll have people say, I didn't know. How did you all not tell us? And he'll go through, he has a little script that he wrote. He'll go through all the ways that we communicated this. And the last question he'll ask is, so other than these ways, how would you like to be communicated with? And you know what he's gotten as a suggestion?
Downtown.
0. Nobody has any suggestions for how they'd like to be communicated with on these things. Again, it comes back to willingness or unwillingness.
Can someone show me how to remove phone calls from Code Red? Because I get both text and phone call.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And then I'll tell other people. It's all good. Yeah.
So here's how to do it.
Okay.
And it's really funky.
Okay.
But you have to email me or the
Oh,
webmaster,
okay.
and I go into the back end and take out your phone number.
Okay. I mean, I don't mind
Oh,
the
you want
calls.
the
I just
phone number,
never,
right?
I get the text and because I know it's a text coming, I ignore the phone call.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
so
get the
just
phone call too. Yeah, I just signed up for it. I don't want a phone
send,
call.
literal. I mean, I do
Or
it
an email.
every day, so just send me a note and I'll do it. Yep.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
If you've got both numbers, send me both numbers.
I have my in-laws' address. Do I need to
Text
send
me.
you multiple
Don't
addresses?
call.
Or can you find it just with my name?
Do you want them removed? Is that, or
No,
you
no,
want them
one-
added?
No, they're already on here.
Okay.
Yeah, I have multiple addresses.
Yeah, so if
Just where I'm
you want a
nosy.
phone number removed or an address removed or a
Okay.
text, just send me the list and I'll take care of it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And in preparing for this and hearing Councilman Goodman's, concerns, we did have a pretty big kind of powwow meeting. We sat down with, it was me and Gerald and Chief Cameron and I think,
Utilities guys.
yeah,
and
almost
public
all of the
works and
different superintendents and just said, here's the problem. Like, first of all, help us understand, what do you do? We've heard that this happened and, I mean, we had a big powwow, like, what are we missing? Like, what tools are out there? And, yeah, and that was honestly, that was the only new thing that came out of our communications. I mean, there was probably 8 people in that room, and that was the only tool that we identified that we are not currently using. So if you hear suggestions from people like, man, I wish they told us this way, or did that, like, let us know, because
I think with that, you can cut out some of the other things too. Like if you put a sign up at the beginning of the road that says in 2 days this is gonna happen.
right.
I don't think you need to go door to door anymore.
That's probably true.
And maybe not. I mean, that is extremely time intensive,
Yeah.
so,
I know, it, right?
Mhm.
That's what I thought.
yeah. So, that is really the end of what we planned to communicate. But we are here to answer any further questions, or if you have any questions after that, we're certainly happy to give you more information. But other than that, we appreciate you letting us know that there are concerns so that we could double down and, make sure that we're not missing people, and then just give you an opportunity to share this with you so you better understand what we do.
So, like, if we look at the signage, LED signage,
Mhm.
and we get that, and it's also, I think, culturally important on the inside to say, hey, we gotta let these people know,
Right.
24 hours or 48 hours, and it's not something that's like, well, we're supposed to do it for every 2 days earlier, but, we'll get it tomorrow. That it's like, hey, let these businesses know that this road is gonna be out in 2 days or whatever, and that it's not just something that's, it's something that's actively done
Right.
when we get it.
And I feel pretty
think
confident.
For our staff, sorry,
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll steal your
Yeah.
thunder here because I think I know where you're going. From our staff perspective, I think we are there.
Yeah.
with you.
Okay.
The challenge is when somebody, a utility company, other than ours, Duke.
Oh, yeah.
Brightspeed.
Right.
NC Dot, an engineering company doing some work for NC Dot. Well, I mean, that's the biggest problem is
Yeah.
subcontractors. And they'll close something. And when we find it, when we're able to track them down, Tony DiNardo in particular, the last 2 pages, I think, of your packet here is kind of our policy, which doesn't have a lot of teeth to it, but
Yeah.
take that out of the live stream. But, it has a form, he goes and finds the foreman and, hey, why is this road closed? You didn't tell us. And so we're getting there one step at a time. The challenge is that next time the subcontractor is a different foreman on site and they close the road, right?
Yeah.
So, but we're working it.
Right, and we can't help what we can't control.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
and
But I
those
think
are
our
the biggest
staff
one. Yeah.
Is right with you because they were pained in that meeting.
Yeah.
Talking about this because they're like, we go every door.
Right.
We do. And sometimes when it's a project like the sewer rehab, they hit those locations multiple times. So
Right.
they'll go, hey, this is coming in 6 months.
Right.
This is coming in 3 months. This is
Yeah.
coming next month. This is
I
coming
think
next
that's
week.
happening in front of my house too soon.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
and they've they have a pretty good protocol that they follow. And like I said, there's a wide net that's Ron East is the one who takes the lead on these communications for the road closures, the utility closures. And that email comes out every Thursday afternoon or every Friday morning. I mean, like clockwork. We all get it. We all know. One of the reasons he sends it out to so many different people is because maybe utility billing is going to get you never know who's going to get that question, and then that then triggers Gerald to start his notification, and they are always for the following week. So if we get it out on Friday, the earliest we're doing anything is on Monday, unless it's an emergency. And that was why we kind of had a little bit, because we did have an emergency one this morning downtown.
I don't want anyone to view as like they're frustrated that we're doing this and it's just not, and then we're getting in trouble or somebody's coming down on us for stuff that we are doing. I don't want anyone to view it that way. I want them to view it as we're doing this, and this is, and unfortunately, there's a lot of people falling through the cracks. So we just got to find another way to do it. That's the only thing I'm talking about. It's not like pointing fingers at anybody. It's just saying, hey, let's see if we can do this better.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah.
Good, noted.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Can you all take the presentation for today and kind of squish it into a policy, sort of like our policy when other people notify us? So that last page is, there's the policy, that's not this page, but it's like, this is what we require if you're going to do work in Southern Pines. Have you done this? Do we have something like this so that residents can say, this is what Southern Pines said they would do when road work is happening. Have you done this? Just like a one-page, how Southern Pines, our communication policy when things are happening.
Sure.
Cool. Thank you much.
That's probably going to get changed based on.
Yep.
It'll be a living document.
Perfect.
And I can also provide you something that when you're out talking to businesses who may impact this.
Yep.
Right? Just the business that's gonna get impacted by.
Mhm.
But if you happen to, be at a golf event with a contractor, slip them a card.
Yes.
I'll give you, something that.
Yeah.
Those are roads.
Yes. Please let us know.
Right.
Okay. Thank you guys so much. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Moving on, planning department updates.
Well, I have the distinct pleasure of speaking to the town council about comp plan implementation as we enter our 5th hour of this work session. Aren't you envious of my? Although I did hear just the other day that apparently the Greeks do not like Dawn.
I'm sure there's a punchline.
Yeah, apparently Dawn's tough on Greece.
That
was bad.
That's gotta
DJ
do
Dave.
your bad joke.
Ooh, yeah.
I'll give you-
Oh, wow.
make sure it goes in the paper.
Wow.
Make sure the corny dad jokes wind it into the end of the article in the paper.
It was good delivery. It was good delivery. Yep.
I think that's what it is, yeah. I have the pleasure indeed of talking about planning goings on. I plan to keep it brief. That is my planning plan. In February, you have an annexation public hearing, as well as you have a public hearing for a major subdivision off of Bethesda Road. It is a 4-lot subdivision, but it qualifies as a major because Bethesda Road is a collector road. And so we have a policy where we don't do minors on substantial roads because of the new driveways. And then in March, right now, going to February Planning Board, so coming to you in March, we have a major subdivision in Mid-South. We also have a special use permit amendment over in Tyler's Ridge. And we also have a project called Hunt Cliff off of Indiana as a conditional zoning district. Those two got continued at the last Planning Board meeting. So they'll be going to Planning Board in February and then to you in March. So, Tyler's Ridge, you mean where is the Tyler's Ridge project? There is a special use permit amendment. Tyler's Ridge, although it feels and functions like a planned development, it was approved in 2011 as a special use permit, then referred to as conditional use permit. And there is a remaining parcel, we affectionately refer to it as the pizza slice, and the pizza slice parcel is kind of the last developable parcel within there. And they want to make an amendment to the special use permit for some issues for the pizza slice. Colloquially referred to as the pizza slice. Yeah, to add pepperoni or change the topping. In a way, that's kind of an apt metaphor. They kind of want to change the topic, but we'll talk about that later. In addition to that, I have a handful of other topics. I did want to talk with the council about Phase 2 comprehensive plan implementation. I promise I will not belabor this. You're very familiar with it. This may look familiar. You approved this at the December 17th regular meeting. But this is a lot of work. There's a lot of policies, a lot of goals. We have a great team, pound for pound, the best planning team in the state of North Carolina. And what we have done is we've taken all these projects, we've gone back and we have talked about them. We've created project teams or individuals to tackle these. We've also created timelines for when to bring them in. You may recall, those who were at the Tri-Cities meeting today and those who were also privy to these conversations in the past, these projects are curated with acknowledgement that the state, with the issue of Senate Bill 382 and whether or not we'll be able to proceed, they're cognizant of that. We know that February, March, April, we're going to see what happens with Senate Bill 382. Some of these projects can move forward, but they can move forward with more options if that is changed back. They can move forward with less options on the table if the current statute regarding nonconformities stays in place. But these projects do have potential to move forward regardless. And so what we did is all of the project teams and the individual project managers for those projects put together this timeline. I did hand out a copy of this to you, and it's merely for a visual reference to what's going on when. And probably the thing that the town council cares about most is the yellow bars, because that's when the public hearings will be happening for each of these projects. So you can see what we've tried to do is we've lined them up so that throughout the course of calendar year 2025, at any given time, we have a number of public hearings that are happening for different projects. All the projects are different. That's why they were selected, is because they require different resources. They require different types of outreach. But there's a fair bit of work that went into creating that, but all of the project managers and teams were able to put that together. And in addition to that, I wanted to say that Phase 1 project completion, we've got scheduled for March to bring those back. Hopefully we'll see what happens. If nothing changes with Senate Bill 382, that still will get bumped back. Sign code revisions are already underway. It is under legal review right now with David Owens, based on some early drafts we've looked at for constitutionality of updating our sign code. We've got the multimodal planning grant. That is underway because we are tracking, but the issue of grants, of course, is up in the air right now. And so the issue of whether or not the state will open the window for grant applications for the multimodal grants will depend a lot on what happens with federal grants in general due to recent news. So we've got accessory commercial units for West Southern Pines. We have started reaching out for communication on that issue. And then, of course, the community housing reform project, kind of our flagship project for Phase 2 of comp plan implementation. Package 1 is just simple UDO amendments. I said earlier at the Tri-City meetings, and I'll say it again, it is not the planning department's position that we are going to unilaterally fix the housing crunch through better planning and zoning. There are so many variables that are well outside the control of planning and zoning and even local government. There are market conditions, there are price conditions, there's all kinds of things. But we are going to explore what are a few little things that we can do through amendments to zoning, if any. We've already identified some, such as adding duplexes as conditional zoning in certain zones. Little things like that we can try to help with. We're going to take a very close look at the subdivision process and the order of operations when it comes to final plats and subdivision performance guarantees. We've already had some feedback on that. And then package 2 is going to be where during the outreach where we find things that are outside the scope of planning and zoning, but are community issues, we're going to put that into an action plan, and we're going to put that out there so that people understand that there are other things that can be done if we all work together. So those are those projects. That's the work. Those are the projects that are underway, and those are the timelines for it. And I just wanted to let the town council know that everything is underway.
So you don't have any, or you or Reagan or Mac, none of you have any Bill 382 scuttlebutt yet?
Nothing to date, and we just attended the Tri-Cities meeting at lunch, and Central Pines was there. They don't have anything. I'll be getting an update from the League of Municipality, or not the League, yes, the League of Municipalities at my managers conference at the end of next week. If something breaks, I'm sure they'll
Okay,
give us some insight, but there hasn't been any update.
thank you. That's great.
You keep hearing more stories from more jurisdictions where the scope of this challenge is becoming known as projects that have been underway for quite some time reach the end and they're ready to do something, and suddenly they get advised by attorneys, hey, this is going to create nonconformities, and the project screeches to a halt, and those then become additional stories going out there.
And Mac, do you know, are there lawsuits filed? I mean, as far as overreach, or is there anything that's been?
Not that I know of.
Okay,
Yeah, the only lawsuit that I'm aware of was discussed today, and it was from the governor's office regarding the portions of the bill that had to do with, I think specifically even the highway patrol, but some of the executive type stuff, nothing to do with the zoning portion of the bill.
okay, great, thank you.
Executive powers.
Town council may recall that in November, I mentioned that for quite some time I'd been working on an analysis of our fees. Really, when you look at our fees, and when I look at them and when I look at the way they're listed is outdated, the terminology that's used in them is outdated. They have not been updated since 2019. They haven't been touched. And also, the origin of those, I look at some of those fees, and I'm not 100% convinced myself that they reflect the average cost of processing one of those types of applications when I compare them, when I think about just based on the current fees. So quite a number of years ago, I started a process of creating a fee schedule analysis that breaks those down more along the lines of the way that a scope of services is done in the private sector, where you put your tasks in the left column, you put your staff along the top, and whatever member of your team is going to execute these different tasks, and the cost of that person, that member of the staff. So if a certain task requires hour and a half of a planning technician's time and a half an hour of the planning director time, then your total time is 2 hours. You multiply it by the wages plus benefits for those positions. You go down all your tasks. Well, I've completed that project for all of the applications we do, and I've got a spreadsheet that's got pushing 400 rows of tasks for all the different things. Pardon? It's approaching that, yeah. And I'm not prepared to go over it, especially not right now, but I haven't gotten the results of it yet into a format that I want to present, because I would like to present it, all that data, I would like to present it in a very simple way, except that I know you will also be very interested in all the data that's behind it. So the task I have yet to do is put it into one thing that says, here's the current fee, here's the new fee, and here's the percentage, in a way that makes sense, because the way I'm going to lay out the new fees, I hope, is clearer and better. But being able to show it old versus new very clearly is the task I'm working on now. But I did want to show you kind of a sneak peek, if you will, to what it looks like. This is for a comprehensive plan amendment. This is for a zoning map amendment. This is for a conditional zoning district. These are all the tasks in a plan development, conceptual development plan, a special use permit, a plan development, preliminary development plan, major subdivision. And I go down and down and through all of them. And you can see that it's basically whatever staff member is most likely to be working on each task. It also includes, for site plan review, for example, I throw in engineers, I throw in fire marshals at the closest equivalent price if they don't currently recover a fee for that. I go down and it tells me the approximate cost for each. These are based on this spreadsheet over here, where I have the employee cost, which is the position, the wage plus retirement, FICA, 401k, workers' comp, health and life insurance, DSI, and the total cost per hour. It's been updated for 2025. I go down here, and like I said, I've been through all of them now. This is done, and I'm down to not quite pushing 400, 320 rows of analysis. Now, the reason I did this is because I know that this is what matters, right? When you set fees, people want to know, what am I getting? It is conservative. So if I'm sitting there thinking, man, I'm trying to think on average conservative. So if it's, I've had projects where it took a week to do this, but I've had projects where it took 4 hours. I'm going to throw in something that is about an average, but it's a conservative average, because I don't want to sit there and say, really? Couldn't you do that a half hour quicker? I just want to say, no, look, I'm very confident for every number on here that on average, it takes this. And so I want you to see it because within about a month, I'm going to bring back a summary of it. And certainly you can have access to all of it, I bet. Just every bit of it. And you'll see I'm also, for all the tasks, if there is any detail worth describing, I'm putting it in there because I'm sitting there when I'm writing it thinking, every one of these cells, I want to be ready to be challenged on this. Well, why do you have to do it like that? Why does it take you 2.5 hours to do that? Couldn't you do it in an hour and a half? Well, so I'm putting all that in there. And it's been worked on for a long time. I appreciate Reagan and Jessica's support while we've been working on this. But I think it's really the most defensible way to do a fee analysis. It's not, there's really no exception to this. And interestingly, some of the fees there's a handful of these where even after doing this, we're not that far off right now. And then there's some where we're way off right now because we never really were on all that close. So I want to just show you that as a visual so you know that's the methodology going into it, but without getting into the details right now. I did want to show you a new tool that we are using for site review. I want to give a lot of credit to Tony DiNardo on James Mickle's team. Tony, when he came to the town, he came from another jurisdiction where when they go out in the field and they do inspections, they use a software platform where the simplest way to think of it is before we'd go out and we would take a copy of the site plan, possibly even a paper copy of the site plan. We would be walking around in the field. They would be having it balanced over this arm, and they'd have a red marker, and they'd be walking along, and they'd be looking at trees, and they would be marking them and they'd take a picture of the dead tree because they'd always get challenged later, say there's 3 dead trees. I didn't see any dead trees. Okay, so then we started taking pictures and trying to coordinate those pictures with this paper site plan. They'd go back to the office, they'd take those pictures and download them and say, I think this picture is over here, and then they'd put it into a PowerPoint with the site plan and send it off, and then they'd still get argued with and it chewed up all this time. Okay, there's a way, it is. So the FieldWire is a software platform where before you go out to the field, you take a copy of the site plan and you load it into a tablet. And you walk out there with the tablet, and as you're walking along, you can see exactly how many shrubs, exactly how many trees are supposed to be right here. If one is not there, you tap on the screen, it assigns it a number, you snap a picture, and you make a comment. And then at the end, you get back to the office, and all you do is download it, and it creates this report that you can then send to the applicant with your punch list, and your punch list has all of these. So those things you just saw, number 4, dead tree, number 2, dead tree, number 5, dead, number 6, new as-built, holly not planted behind dumpster. So this report goes automatically. This has literally cut the time we spend in the field to do this for the applicants by 80%. I mean, you've literally gone from a 2-hour project to a 15-minute project. And Tony DiNardo with engineering really gets the credit for doing this. He brought it to James. James pioneered this with engineering. And then they brought it to us, and Gene on our team looked at this and said, BJ, we need to spend this money. We need to do this. It was at a minimal cost. It was an iPad and a subscription to FieldWire for I think $300 a year. And this is going to save so much time and money. And we're already using it, and the applicants love it. They like it better than the products we were generating before. I want you to see that because it's a really, really, really powerful tool, and it's already in use. So that's it for planning.
That is awesome. Thank you. Yes, and thank you to Tony. I don't know if we need to reach out to him to express that or if you want to pass it along.
I will pass that along. I wrote him a 360 on
That's-
essential personnel already for this.
That's huge,
and,
yeah.
I'll make sure to pass it along to him, make sure he gets that.
Yeah. I think we all love where we can save time and be more efficient. And the fact that it's a better product at the end of the day, and it gives them very specific feedback that they can work or respond to is good. Okay, roundtable. Request for resolution to amend NCGS 113A-50.
Yeah. I don't know how much time I need to spend on this, but out of respect for Mr. Smith, who has sat through a very lengthy meeting now, and this was his request before the council, he did hand out to you a copy of a Moore County resolution regarding this issue that is in your packet. And this is essentially just a question from staff
I'm
as
so
to whether
sorry.
you wish us to draft a similar type of resolution for council
Reagan.
consideration at your February meeting. I'm sorry.
Sorry. I apologize. I actually meant to say something before. I would like to make a motion to excuse Ms. Gray from the meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Thank you.
I'm reading right here.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that, Reagan.
That's okay. So just very, very high level, and I'm open to being corrected if I've misinterpreted this in some way, form, or fashion, but as it currently stands, the general statutes do not allow somebody to bring civil action on a perceived sediment issue lacking a notice of violation from a jurisdictional entity. That entity could be our own town erosion control group. It could be the state of North Carolina's erosion control group, but lacking some form of NOV, a resident, a property owner could not go to an attorney and say, look, I've got a problem with this project that's going on next to me. They've created X damage on my property, and I'd like you to be able to pursue some sort of civil action. So is that a fair?
If I may, the problem isn't with the statute. This body of law.
Just make sure it's on.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Take up your time at this late hour. Marsh Smith, 568 Santee Road. Good to see you all tonight. I've got a new appreciation for your dedication. Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak. So, the Sedimentation Pollution Control Act was enacted by the legislature in 1973. And for 40 years, it had a citizen suit provision that worked just fine. The town's own fire chief, Hampton Williams, used it to sue a rogue developer who put in a double wide uphill from him, and we had a frog strangling rain, and his swimming pool got filled with mud, and the runoff was so bad it ripped out his vapor barrier underneath the house. And he was able to sue and get relief. In 2013, a justice on the North Carolina Supreme Court in the Applewood Properties case cited in the resolution, I think she left the rails, and she undid the citizen suit provision. Her opinion required that before somebody like Fire Chief Hampton Williams could file suit, a regulatory agency such as now DEQ, or in the case of the town of Southern Pines, the town of Southern Pines issues an NOV. And I was friends with one of the lawyers who wrote this legislation back in 1973. And the whole reason for putting the citizen suit provision in there was so that the regulatory agencies didn't have to be the gatekeeper. Private citizens could come in and sue to protect their property, just like private citizens can defend themselves with a firearm if a burglar breaks into their homes. And it had the purpose I've already mentioned, but it also protected the statutory regime from the legislature defunding the enforcement agencies. They're already overworked and understaffed. And it injected a wild card. Even if you have all these friends on the agency who wouldn't dare issue an NOV to you because you're Mr. Important land clearing person, there's this wild card that a citizen with a lawyer who knows how to file a lawsuit under this act can take you to court even if you've captured the agency or the enforcement authority. And so this just puts the law back to where it was prior to the Applewood opinion in 2013.
The General Assembly can do that even though it was a Supreme Court decision?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Has our attorney reviewed this?
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question, maybe of Reagan, attorney, and Mr. Smith. This isn't really a problem that we have in town, right? I mean, we have an authority, and we do these, we enforce the sedimentation.
We enforce the Sedimentation Act, where I believe Mr. Smith would like to tell you we have an issue, is that not everything rises to the level of an NOV necessarily, and or
Causes damage.
it's an issue after the fact. Yes. Yeah. And this would be an opportunity for a citizen to simply take action against an actor lacking that NOV. Because oftentimes our first approach is to go out on site, have them fix the issue, whatever it may be. But if there's damage we are unaware of to an adjacent property or something along those lines and an NOV didn't get issued, then that person is out and not able to go to an attorney and seek some sort of redress.
Well, there's two.
And then there are instances, and I don't know all the details of the Chief Williams situation that he references, but there are instances where a suit may be the practice. You said something about a mobile home. I don't know that involved even an erosion control permit or anything prior to, as much as something occurred during the process. So
With Hampton Williams's case, the lot was less than an
That's-
acre.
so
And so the town thought it didn't have the authority to require an erosion control plan, and we couldn't get the town to do anything.
When was this? What?
2003,
Okay.
June of 2003.
So it appears that there's two things. It doesn't have to rise to a notice of violation. It could just be a noncompliance. So what is the difference between a notice of violation and a noncompliance?
Level of formality.
yeah.
But not level of impact. Possibly level of impact.
It's possible that a notice of noncompliance would be sent to somebody in the hopes that they would just go fix the problem.
Correct.
If the problem's not fixed, then you probably escalate it to a notice of violation.
Right. Okay, I got you. So it's like a pre-notice of violation. Probably could be a notice of violation, but we're giving you a chance to fix it. Gotcha.
Attorney McCarley, I had you come up to the mic. Do you have a recommendation or perspective, opinion? Thank you. Do you
I
have-
agree with Marsh Smith. I think it's a reasonable thing to ask for. It allows citizens to enforce their own rights if the government doesn't.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
You're fine. I was going to ask the same thing because he told us he reviewed it, but he didn't tell us what his conclusion was. So if we move forward, would you draft a resolution?
I would probably just copy the county's resolution. It looks fine.
I've got an MS Word copy. I could send it to you.
I ran the counties, and the only issue I have with theirs, I mean, because you can interpret this word two different ways, but it says, whereas the Applewood Properties in New Sound effectively eliminated the right of private landowners to obtain civil relief. It didn't effectively eliminate, it eliminated it.
It did.
Okay, so will you draft another one and scratch effectively?
There's another way a landowner can go about enforcing. If it rises to the level of private nuisance, there's a common law claim of private nuisance. But you don't have a whole body of standards. The Sedimentation Pollution Control Act has regulations that enforce the statute that are made by the agency, and they're very exacting. And if you don't comply with them, you're in violation of the act. Whereas if you file a private nuisance, the action has got to rise to the level of interfering with your property right to a much higher degree, and you don't have this body of regulatory standards that need to be complied with. And finally, a private nuisance action is a common law private right of action, and the American rule applies. Each side pays its own attorney fees. The Sedimentation Pollution Control Act provides that if your damage is less than $5,000, then attorney fees to the prevailing party are mandatory. So somebody who goes into court because Billy Bob bulldozed a lot next door and now his swimming pool is full of mud, he gets his attorney fees. Otherwise, he would think, why am I going to spend $10,000 on a lawyer to force somebody to pay $4,000 to get the mud out of my swimming pool?
Do you know if how many, do you have an idea of other communities that have adopted a resolution on this?
No, I think Moore County is in the vanguard of government entities requesting this. I've I've talked to the county commissioners. I talked with them over a period of 18 months about how important I felt this was. And people, homeowners, actually came up to the county commissioners to tell about what's happened to them and how they couldn't get redress legally.
Does the council have a opinion on asking for a draft of this for us to sign?
I'm interested in, Mr. Smith, do you think effectively, the word effectively should be removed or left in if
Well,
we
I
were?
think based on what you said, I feel like left in makes more sense, right?
But, okay, I wanted to be clear on that. So it would be in our best interest, in your opinion, it would be in our best interest to just draft a resolution verbatim from what the county commissioners have already drafted.
Well, I defer to your able legal counsel, but I think just from talking to Mr. McCarley, I think we're lined up on how we think.
We are.
Would you mind sending this to Attorney McCarley?
I'd be more than happy to send it to him. I can do it first thing in the morning.
Thank you.
May we put that on your agenda for first meeting in February?
Yeah, I'm comfortable. I won't be there, but I'm comfortable signing this.
Okay.
That's great.
So assuming that you guys vote in favor of it, I'm happily sign it.
Yeah, looks good. Thank you, Marcia.
Thank you. We'll try to have you a longer meeting in February too.
Yeah, we'll put you right before adjournment.
Huh? Wow. Thank you for your patience.
Yes, thank you for attending. And thank you for your patience.
I've been here the whole time.
Yes. Is there anything council would like to add to roundtable
I had one quick thing.
besides dinner?
All my roundtable questions were hit by Legion. Thank you.
So I saw the police doing traffic enforcement on Midland Road, and I was glad to see that. It would, probably doing speed enforcement maybe, but anyway, I was glad to see them doing traffic enforcement, especially on Midland Road. And the phone number on the website regarding dead animals in the road calls GFL. So- No, I was trying, our recycling was picked up late on Saturday because we missed a day because of snow. And I was just looking, no, when I say late, I mean, it was like the same day.
Right. No, they-
But the first time they came like at 10 o'clock in the morning, and then last time they came like 5:30. So I was just looking to see who I'd call, and I saw a phone number, and I clicked it, and it called GFL. Also, is the event space on, over here, is it
Taglio?
existing?
Trackside?
Yeah.
No more. That lease expired January 6th, 3rd, 6th, but no more. Yeah, I was just looking at it today that I know we got to get that sign down, et cetera.
I had something quickly, touched on a little bit in y'all's presentation, but I just want to give a kudos, shout out. I leaned on Assistant Town Manager Mike Cameron quite a bit with this trash and recycling rollout. And understand, y'all mentioned Corey was heavily involved with that. They were very, very responsive as the people who, despite the communication, did not know. There was a lot of back and forth this month, getting people up to speed on that, and I appreciate everyone's jumping in on that. So thanks to our entire Public Works staff.
It's going well for me.
Thanks to our town for caring about recycling.
And
That's so
I
cool.
would also add to that, Meridian to date have been great partners in getting that up and running. So far, so good with the change.
If there's anything that we can do about a place like Trackside, if it's a place that we own and have rent on, just bring it to our attention if we can keep things running.
There will be a decision to be made about what you want to do with that building moving forward, whether you want to put out another RFP or seek a tenant. I know Mike was putting together some stuff for budget. Right now, the building itself, not so much where Trackside was, but where the CSX office is up on the front, is in pretty serious need of some help. So I know Darren and the Buildings and Grounds crew have been taking a look at that, but that is part of a conversation, whether it's at retreat or elsewhere, that we talk about the disposition of that building moving forward.
Is the front part that you're talking about that's in bad shape, is that the town's also?
It's part of the building that the town now owns on CSX land, but part of the agreement that the town signed back in 2002 or 3 required that we maintain the office space for CSX. So they're kind of in and out of there as they
Yeah.
pass through town and such. So it's our responsibility. We're not in and out of there much because, again, they use it as an office. And when getting in there, it was in some really bad shape, unbeknownst to us. Nobody had reported a problem or anything.
Why the Trackside decided that they didn't want to
Well,
continue
their
operating?
lease ran out. You may recall, we did an extension on that lease. We kind of gave them a break because of the whole COVID deal. And then initially, we got a rate, a comparable, the way the lease was originally set up, there was a huge discount on the monthly prior to the most recent owner, in exchange for the upgrades and things that were done in the building.
Right.
At the end of that first term of lease, then there was the option to renew at the going rate for similar office space and stuff. So we actually had commissioned a study of that. It came in, and this is purely off the top of my head right now, but it came in about $2,600 a month. At the time, the current operator was not interested in that lease.
And what was it, what were they at?
Like $500 a month.
Oh.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
5X.
So ultimately, when it wrapped back around, there were some existing contracts in place and such. So they agreed to $2,000 a month to carry it through the end of the year. And I say it was like January 6th or something, because rather than cut it off on the 31st, I think there was a scheduled party or something. And it was then a weekend, an opportunity to get any personal effects and things out of there. So,
So
but-
was there
but it is-
reasoning that they couldn't, it wasn't profitable for them to do it at that rate? Is that the reason? I mean,
Apparently.
yeah.
I'm surprised that they didn't bring it to us. That's okay. Okay. I think I'm going to attend a municipal finance comprehensive fiscal training in Boiling Springs. And as much as I love driving alone to something at 9 a.m., if anyone's interested, it's March 12th, because that's literally the only one that fits. Where is it? In Boiling Springs. On the other side of Charlotte. Wait, no, is that right? Okay. Well, whatever. Okay. Congratulations. I mean, just, don't even open it, just put it on the wall. All right. Mhm. You thought you were special. All right, is there anything else?
I didn't. No, let's go.
All right. Nothing else? Is there a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved. Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.